Chapter 182. After that, Qin Haodong handed 20,000 yuan to the woman and said, "It's not convenient to be watched when I'm treating the patient. Take them to the yard and wait for me." "Okay." The woman was very afraid of the ghost that Qin Haodong mentioned. She immediately agreed and left the room to wait. Ma Guoli and the others also went back to the van. After they left, Qin Haodong opened the door and stepped into the room where Fatty Wang was. Fatty Wang was waving the kitchen knife and roaring in the room. Seeing the door was opened, he immediately raised the knife and rushed over. Qin Haodong reached out and the mirror of yin yang appeared in his palm. He had some experience in using this divine artifact now. Holding the mirror of yin yang, he shook it at Fatty Wang and shouted, "Demon, show yourself." The yin-yang mirror shot a golden light into the space between Fatty Wang's eyebrows. Fatty Wang immediately froze there like a statue. Then a cloud of black mist rose from the top of his head and slowly turned into the image of a woman in a red ancient costume. At first, the woman looked ferocious, but when she saw the mirror of yin-yang in Qin Haodong's hand, she immediately showed a look of horror. As a ghost, she instinctively felt the power of the divine artifact. The ghost in red cried, "Master, please spare my life." Qin Haodong said, "Demon, you should be reincarnated as soon as you die. Why do you stay in the world of the living to harm people? Master, please help me. I died unjustly." The ghost in red said. Then she knelt down and kept kowtowing to Qin Haodong. "What injustice? Tell me." Qin Haodong said. "I was born in an ordinary farmer's family. Although I lived a poor life, I lived a happy life with my husband and children. Who would have thought that Zhang Dahu took a fancy to this little girl? He beat my man to death, threw my 2-year-old son to death, and took me to his house. I was so angry that I hanged myself in the middle of the night in red clothes in order to get revenge on Zhang Dahu. I turned into a fierce ghost to kill him. I didn't expect that after my death, Zhang Dahu invited a very powerful Taoist to suppress me in the statue of Guanyin. A few days ago, the statue of Guanyin broke and I was able to get out of it. So I must get revenge on Zhang Dahu. As long as you can help me, I'll let you do whatever you want." The ghost in red was sobbing when she said that. Qin Haodong sighed. She was also a poor person. He asked, "Which era were you born in?" The female ghost in red said in surprise, "I'm not talented and I don't understand what you mean. Please tell me." Qin Haodong said, "I was born in the Qing dynasty. And what era were you when you were alive?" "What era were you?" The ghost in red said, "I was born in the Qing dynasty and my era was Kangxi." The ghost in red said, "I was born in the Kangxi." Qin Haodong said, "Zhang. It's been more than 300 years. I'm afraid that Zhang Dahu has already reincarnated many times. Who are you going to take revenge on?" "What? More than 300 years?" The female ghost in red was stunned. She was trapped in the statue of Guanyin. It was dark all day and she had no concept of time. She only wanted to take revenge. She did not expect that more than 300 years had passed in the blink of an eye. She was trapped in the statue of Guanyin. It was dark all day and she had no sense of time. She just wanted to get revenge. She didn't expect that more than 300 years had passed. The female ghost in red slowly came back to her senses. There was no Zhang Dahu in this world, so there was no point for her to stay. She said, "But master, I can't find a way to reincarnate." Qin Haodong raised the mirror of yin-yang and said, "This magic weapon can communicate with the yin and yang. I'll send you there." "Thank you, master." The ghost in red kowtowed to Qin Haodong again and then jumped to the mirror. The yin-yang mirror flashed, and the figure of the female ghost in red immediately disappeared. Just at this moment, Fatty Wang quivered, his eyes slowly regaining their clarity. Although the female ghost controlled his body just now, he still saw clearly what happened around him. He knelt down in front of Qin Haodong and said, "Little brother, thank you for saving me. You are my great benefactor. Get up. Go to see your wife." Qin Haodong helped Fatty Wong up and they went to the door together. The woman had been waiting in the yard. She couldn't believe it when she saw Fatty Wong coming out with Qin Haodong. Fatty Wong looked normal and didn't look crazy anymore. Little brother, is my husband cured?" She hesitated and said to Qin Haodong. Qin Haodong turned to Fatty Wong and said, "Go and say hello to your wife." Fatty Wong took 2 steps forward and looked at the bruises on the woman's face. He said guiltily, "Honey, I'm sorry. Honey, it's great. You're cured." The woman was sure that Fatty Wong's spirit had returned to normal. She immediately jumped into his arms and cried. She had suffered too much grievance and mental pressure these days. Qin Haodong turned to Ma Guoli, who was watching, and said, "How about it? I've cured the patient. Can you fulfill your bet?" The best punishment for such a bad doctor who only cared about money was to make him lose a lot of money. That was why Qin Haodong bet 20,000 yuan with him. Ma Guoli was dumbfounded as he watched from the side. He never expected that this young man would be able to cure a berserk mental patient in less than 10 minutes. After hearing Qin Haodong's words, his face immediately changed and he cried, "Nonsense. I think this is an intermittent psychosis. It will happen again later." Ma Guoli waved to the 2 nurses behind him and said, "You catch this intermittent psychosis. I think this young man is not in good spirits. Take him back to the hospital for treatment." After that, he turned on the switch of the electric baton in his hand and rushed to Qin Haodong with it. Qin Haodong was angry. This guy not only wanted to renege on his promise, but also wanted to take him away as a psychosis. He dodged the electric baton with blue electric arcs, then grabbed Ma Guoli's arm and twisted it gently. The electric baton was directly stuck on his thigh. "Ah!" Ma Guoli let out a scream. The strong electric current made him twitch all over. He lost his ability to move and fell to the ground with a plop. Seeing that the attending doctor was subdued by Qin Haodong, the 2 nurses quickly stopped and hid behind Ma Guoli in fear. Qin Haodong looked at Ma Guoli, whose hair was standing up and face was pale. He stepped in front of him and said with a sneer, "You usually shock others a lot. Now you should taste the electric baton yourself. How about it? Not bad, right? You, Ma Guoli struggled to stand up, but he had just been shocked by the electric baton. His whole body was sore and numb. He struggled a few times but failed. "What do you want?" He looked at Qin Haodong nervously and said. "It's not what I want. You should be willing to accept your defeat." Qin Haodong said as he took out the bet agreement from his pocket. "It's written in black and white. As long as I cure the patient within 10 minutes, you have to pay 20,000 yuan. Ma Guoli bit his lip and quibbled, "But he's not cured. His emotional stability is just an illusion, so I didn't lose." Qin Haodong smiled playfully. This guy really cared about money more than his life. At this time, he was still thinking about how to renege on his debt. He turned to Fatty Wong and said, "Brother Wong, he said you're not cured. I heard that it's not illegal for a mentally ill person to kill someone. I'll leave it to you." Fatty Wong was almost taken to the mental hospital by this guy. His heart was full of anger. After hearing Qin Haodong's words, he reached out and grabbed an axe for chopping firewood. He strode to Ma Guoli and swung the axe to chop him. Ma Guoli didn't expect that Qin Haodong would come up with such a way. He was so scared that he wet his pants. He hurriedly cried, "I surrender. I give up. I'll give you the money." Qin Haodong raised his hand to stop Fatty Wong and said, "Give him a bank account number and let him transfer the money." Fatty Wong put down the axe and asked his wife to send a bank card to Ma Guoli. Although Ma Guoli loved money, he finally took out his mobile phone and transferred 20,000 yuan when he saw the shining axe in Fatty Wang's hand. Qin Haodong said with a smile, "That's right. Gambling depends on one's character. A good comrade is a good comrade." Ma Guoli was so distressed at this time. It was 20,000 yuan. It seemed that he had to take more mental patience back in the future to earn back the money. Qin Haodong saw through his mind and said, "You don't deserve to be a doctor at all. You don't deserve to be a doctor anymore. You don't have to work anymore." Ma Guoli didn't speak, but he didn't care. He thought to himself, "It's not up to you to decide whether I'm a doctor or not." Then Qin Haodong took out his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed Pan Gaofeng, the director of the sanitary bureau. He briefly told him about Ma Guoli's situation. Pan Gaofeng was furious. "I didn't expect that there was such a scumbag in the team of doctors. Dr. Qin, don't worry. I'll deal with it." The aftereffects left by the electric baton on Ma Guoli's body had gradually faded. He slowly stood up from the ground and moved his stiff and numb limbs. Just then, his mobile phone rang in his pocket. As soon as he pressed the answer button, he heard the director growling, "Ma Guoli, you bastard. Who let you go out and mess around? From now on, you're fired." Ma Guoli was shocked and said quickly, "Director, listen to my explanation," but before he could finish, the other side hung up the phone with a bang. At this time, the director of the mental hospital was in a mess. The sanitary bureau had set up an inspection team to review the management system of the mental hospital. Now he couldn't protect himself, so he didn't have time to listen to his explanation. At this time, Ma Guoli realized that the young man in front of him was not joking. He really had the power to make him lose his job as a doctor with a phone call. He quickly begged, "Little brother, please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. In the future. If Brother Wang had been taken to the mental hospital by you, or if I had been an ordinary person who had been taken to the mental hospital by you, would there still be a future? A scumbag like you doesn't deserve to be a doctor at all. Get out of here." Qin Haodong had no pity for people like Ma Guoli who lacked medical ethics. Whether it was a psychiatrist or an ordinary doctor, sometimes a wrong diagnosis could destroy the rest of the patient's life. Fatty Wang raised the axe in his hand again and shouted fiercely, "Did you hear that? Dr. Qin asked you to get out." Seeing that there was no hope of redemption, Ma Guoli could only leave with the two young nurses. After he left, the woman gave the bank card and 20,000 yuan in her hand to Qin Haodong and said, "Little brother, this is your money." Qin Haodong said, "Sister, take the money first. Clean up the house later and buy some supplements for Brother Wang. Otherwise, he won't be called fat in the future." Fatty Wang said quickly, "Dr. Qin, how can I do that? I'm grateful that you saved me. How can I take your money?" Chapter 183. Hearing Qin Haodong mention the last time, Fatty Wang said awkwardly, "Dr. Qin, I'm sorry. I was blind last time. I shouldn't have blackmailed you." Qin Haodong raised his hand to stop Fatty Wang and said, "You misunderstood me. In fact, we should all thank that mirror. It's a magic instrument. It saved me once and just saved your life. Without that mirror, it would be really difficult to deal with the ghost on your body." Ah! Fatty Wang was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the mirror that he had treated as waste and used to blackmail the porcelain would be so useful. Qin Haodong said, "Where did that mirror come from? Do you remember?" Fatty Wang came to his senses and said, "In our business, we often go to villages and towns and pick up some leftovers from the hands of ordinary people who don't know antiques. That mirror was sold to us by an old man. I thought it was a good thing, but I found many experts and they couldn't identify what it was. Later, I put it on display for a long time and didn't sell it, so I used it to blackmail. Can you still find the old man who sold the mirror?" Qin Haodong asked, unwilling to give up. Fatty Wang shook his head and said, "I can't find him. I met the old man on the road. I don't know where he lives. Qin Haodong was disappointed. Originally, he wanted to find the origin of the mirror of Yin Yang through this clue. Maybe there were other ancient relics there and he could find an opportunity to improve his cultivation. Now it seemed impossible. After calming down, he said to Fatty Wang, "You've been in the antique circle for a long time. Do you know anyone who has antiques like a cauldron? The bigger the better. What do you want it for?" Fatty Wang whispered in Qin Haodong's ear, "Brother, you saved my life. I don't treat you as an outsider. To tell you the truth, this kind of bronze heavy ware is strictly controlled by the state. It can't be taken to the public at all, or it will be very troublesome." Qin Haodong said, "You misunderstood me. I don't want to sell it. I just want to find something I need." "Well," Fatty Wang said, "to tell you the truth, I have some bronze ware in my hand, but I didn't put it at home. If you really need it, you can come with me and have a look. But we have a deal. You can take whatever you like, but you have to keep it a secret for me. Bronze wares are all from the underground. Although Big Brother bought them with money, we can't let others know." "No problem." Qin Haodong simply agreed. There were many things like grave robbing and selling antiques in Wuxia. It was not something that a doctor like him could handle. Moreover, Fatty Wang was telling the truth. He did not have the kind of death aura unique to grave robbers. At this time, Fatty Wang's wife brought 2 bowls of instant noodles. Fatty Wang was starving these days, so he quickly ate up the 2 bowls of instant noodles and then left home with Qin Haodong. Instead, they took Haodong's SUV. Fatty Wang drove to Fatty Wang's SUV and went out of the city. They went to a Qin's car and drove by Haodong. There were 3 shabby tile-roofed houses in the yard. Fatty Wang opened the door and took Qin Haodong into the house. Then he moved a large water tank in the kitchen and revealed a hole. They went into the hole. Fatty Wang groped along the wall for a long time, and then turned on the light. The hole was instantly lit up. Qin Haodong looked around. Although the hole was very small, it was very spacious below. It was about 30 or 40 square meters, and it was very dry. In front of them, there were all kinds of bronze ware, large and small, such as a bronze tripod weighing 50 kilograms, and small candlesticks, copper coins and so on. Fatty Wang said, "Brother, all my property over the years is here. No matter what you like, just take it." Qin Haodong looked around and suddenly saw a big tripod in the corner. The tripod was about the height of a man and looked very strong. Qin Haodong walked over. Before he got close to the tripod, he felt a scorching aura and faintly smelled the remaining smell of elixirs. "It's a medicine tripod, it's really a medicine tripod." Qin Haodong felt a burst of excitement in his heart. He had worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but found it by chance. He didn't expect that he really found a medicine tripod in Fatty Wang's place. He went to the tripod and looked at it carefully. The whole body of the tripod was dark bronze, and it was faintly full of a calm atmosphere. There were 9 lifelike dragons on the surface of the tripod, and the dragon heads were just at the mouth of the tripod. At the bottom of the tripod, there were 3 big words, 9 Dragon Tripod. Qin Haodong stroked the tripod and was ecstatic. He not only found a medicine tripod, but also of excellent quality. It was only 1 grade lower than the Medicine King tripod he used in the cultivation world. "Brother, do you like this thing?" Fatty Wang stepped forward and said, "I don't know what this thing is made of. It's not copper or iron. It's so big, but it's not too heavy." In order to prove it to Qin Haodong, he reached out and picked up the 9 Dragon tripod. Qin Haodong was secretly amused. Ordinary people didn't know what a magic weapon was. With the quality of the 9 Dragon tripod, it was a priceless treasure even in the cultivation world. How could it be made of copper and iron? He said, "Brother Wang, I want this tripod. How much is it?" You name your price. Brother, aren't you mocking me? If it weren't for you, I would have been sent to a mental hospital by that grandson, and my life would have been over. I just said that no matter which one you like, you can take it. Qin Haodong nodded. Although Fatty Wang was at the bottom of the society, he was grateful and could be regarded as a person to be friends with. Brother Wang, do you know where this tripod came from? He had confirmed that the nine-dragon tripod was a medicine tripod used by cultivators to refine medicine. If he could find the origin of the nine-dragon tripod, maybe he could find an ancient site. If he could find the cave of an ancient cultivator, he would be really rich. The treasures inside would definitely improve his cultivation to a level. Fatty Wang shook his head and said, I don't know about this. There is a rule in our business. Only pay the price, don't ask the origin. If you ask too much, people won't come next time. Can you contact the person who sold you things? Qin Haodong said, Brother Wang, I want to find out where this tripod came from. This is very important to me. As long as you can help me, we will be friends in the future. Fatty Wang said, the person who sold me this tripod is called Dilong. He specializes in underground work and has always made a living by robbing tombs. I bought many things here from him. But although we are old customers, we don't leave contact information with each other. You must know why. If you want to contact Dilong, you can only wait for him to come to me. But it has been almost a month since he last sent me goods. According to his habit in the past, he should come in a few days. Brother Wang, please leave my phone number. If Dilong comes, you must inform me. Don't worry, I have no other meaning. I just want to ask him something. Fatty Wang patted his chest and said, Don't worry, brother. Your business is my business. If Dilong comes, I will inform you as soon as possible. After talking about the tripod, Qin Haodong walked around the basement again, but he didn't find anything good. They went out of the basement with the nine-dragon tripod. After returning to Fatty Wang's home, Qin Haodong first put the tripod in his car, then found a place where no one was and directly put it into the storage ring. Although he didn't find the expected ancient ruins in this trip to the antique street today, he found the nine-dragon tripod, which was quite rewarding, and he also found the clue of Dilong. After getting the nine-dragon tripod, he went to the wholesale market of medicinal materials and carried out a crazy sweep, which cost him more than 30 million yuan. The space in the storage ring was very large. He was now extremely rich, so it was good to store more medicinal materials. The preparation was done. After dinner, Qin Haodong took the little fellow to Daddy Security Company. He didn't disturb Nailan Wushuang and Qi Wan Per. He went directly to the basement warehouse and told Zhang Tiniu to take people to guard the door. No one was allowed to enter before he came out. After the last raw stone was processed, the spacious warehouse seemed empty. The little fellow asked, Papa, what do you take me here to play? Qin Haodong said, Papa will show you a trick first, and then we will play something fun. Then he moved his mind, and the nine-dragon tripod appeared in the center of the warehouse. Great! Great! Papa is great! The little fellow shouted happily, Papa, I also want to learn magic from you. You can't learn this now. When you grow up, I will teach you. Qin Haodong patted the little fellow's face and said, Tang Tang, let's play a game of refining medicine now, shall we? Okay, I like playing games best. Papa, tell me how to play. Qin Haodong opened the fire entrance of the nine-dragon tripod and said to the little fellow, You help Papa spit some fire into it. Okay. The little fellow opened her mouth and spat out a mass of innate fire into the nine-dragon tripod. Qin Haodong closed the fire entrance, then took out some of the cheapest medicinal materials and threw them into the nine-dragon tripod, constantly feeling the temperature of the innate fire. He had never used innate fire before, so he was not familiar with this kind of fire. After a short time, there was a muffled bang in the nine-dragon tripod, and all the medicinal liquid that had just melted in the furnace exploded. Fortunately, Qin Haodong had been mentally prepared, and immediately picked up the little fellow and avoided it. Fun. It's really fun. Papa, are you popping popcorn? The little fellow did not know that it was a failure in refining medicine, and clapped her little hands happily. Qin Haodong was speechless. He cleaned the 9-dragon tripod again and then said to Tang Tang, "Tang Tang, throw less fire this time, just half of the last time." "Okay, I will listen to Papa." The little fellow opened her mouth again and spat out a mass of innate fire into the furnace, but it was half the size of the last time. After that, he failed 3 times in a row, and Qin Haodong finally became familiar with the temperature of the innate fire and the use of the 9-dragon tripod. After the 5th refining, the fragrant medicine was finally out of the furnace. Qin Haodong reached out and caught the 9 white pills. There was a faint golden pattern on these pills. Good. It's really good. Qin Haodong was very satisfied. With the innate fire and the 9-dragon tripod, the elixir refined by him actually had elixir patterns. Although there was still a big gap from the 9 elixir patterns of the best elixir, it was still very commendable. In the cultivation world, the price of the medicine with the pattern was more than 10 times higher than that without the pattern. "Papa, what's this? It smells good. Can you give one to me?" Chapter 184. You're a foodie. Qin Haodong patted the little fellow's head and said, "Tang Tang, remember that this is medicine. You can't take medicine indiscriminately." The 9 pills that he had just used as test subjects were called ecstasy pills. As long as one of them was crushed, it would be colorless and odorless, drifting in the air, and all living things within 100 meters would be intoxicated. Ecstasy elixirs were not popular elixirs in the cultivation world, but the materials were relatively cheap, so Qin Haodong chose to refine this kind of elixir when he practiced. Now that he was familiar with the nature of the innate fire and the 9-dragon tripod, he put away the 9 ecstasy elixirs and began to refine the spirit culturing elixirs. After a failure, Qin Haodong refined 9 spirit culturing elixirs. However, the higher the level of elixirs, the more difficult it was to refine. Compared with the low-level ecstasy elixirs, these 9 spirit culturing elixirs also had elixir patterns, but they were much dimmer. Next, he refined the spirit culturing elixirs one after another. The little fellow spat fire, collected the refined elixirs, and put the elixirs into the jade bottle. She was very busy and had a good time. After refining 108 spirit culturing elixirs, Qin Haodong began to refine the spirit culturing elixirs. The spirit culturing elixir could help masters in the concealing strength stage to improve their cultivation. Its level was much higher than that of the soul separating elixir and the spirit culturing elixir, so it was more difficult to refine, and the medicinal materials needed were more precious. He carefully started the 9-dragon tripod. Fortunately, with the previous experience, the spirit culturing elixir was successful in one try, but the quality of the elixir was a little worse, and there were no elixir patterns. After that, he refined 3 more times in succession and collected a total of 36 spirit culturing elixirs. It was 10:00 in the evening when all these elixirs were collected. Qin Haodong put the 9-dragon tripod into the storage ring, patted the little fellow's face and said, "Tang Tang, are you tired?" "Not tired, it's fun." The little fellow said excitedly. Qin Haodong reached out to hold the little fellow's wrist and began to feel her pulse. He spat fire dozens of times tonight, and he was afraid that it would have a bad effect on the little fellow's body. However, he soon relaxed. Not only did spitting fire to refine pills not cause any harm to the little fellow, but it also made the Emperor Yen Heart Sutra in her body more stable. Although the total amount of true qi did not increase, it was much more condensed than before. It seemed that alchemy really did help to improve one's cultivation. After making sure that his daughter was fine, Qin Haodong carried the little fellow out of the underground warehouse and went to Nalan Wushuang's office. The conditions of Daddy's security company were good. It was a large suite with an office outside and a bedroom inside. Recently, the Nalan family had nothing to do, so Nalan Wushuang had been staying in the company. "Second mom, I'm here to see you." The little fellow immediately threw herself into Nalan Wushuang's arms and kissed her on the face. "Second mom, I miss you so much." Nalan Wushuang also liked the little fellow very much. She kissed her little face again and again, and then said to Qin Haodong, "You and your daughter went to the warehouse as soon as you came, and no one was allowed to enter. What on earth were you doing?" The little fellow said, "Papa took me to refine medicine for fun." "It's so fun." Qin Haodong explained, "I think our cultivation is still too low. We should hurry to refine some elixirs to help everyone improve their cultivation." After that, he took out the refined elixirs and placed them on Nalan Wushuang's desk. "These 100 are spirit culturing elixirs, which are suitable for the divine mercenaries and your cultivation. They can quickly improve the cultivation of the clear strength stage. You can decide who is suitable to take them. These 20 are spirit culturing elixirs, which can improve the cultivation of covert strength warriors. The cultivation of others is not enough. Give Qi Wan, 10 and Ma Wenjue 10. You refined so many elixirs in such a short time." Nalan Wushuang looked at the large and small jade bottles on the table and looked surprised. As a warrior, she was very clear about the value of these elixirs. If they were taken to the market, each of them could be sold at a sky-high price. Now they were taken out by Qin Haodong as jelly beans for his team members. She asked again, "Ma and Qi Wan, live here. Why don't you send them yourself?" "Oh. It's too late. Tang Tang is going to sleep. I'll take her back now. You can send them for me." After that, Qin Haodong left Nalan Wushuang's office with the little fellow in his arms. In fact, the most important reason why he didn't send the elixirs himself was that he didn't know how to face Qi Wan. After going downstairs, he drove the little fellow away from the daddy security company. He didn't know that in a bedroom behind him, a pair of big bright eyes had been watching his back until he completely disappeared. After Qin Haodong left, Qi Wan lay on her bed again. After the battle of life and death that day, she was sure that she had fallen in love with this man. However, Qin Haodong obviously came to the company, but he didn't come to see her, which made her feel lost again. She didn't know where to go in the future. Qin Haodong took the little fellow home. After coaxing her to sleep, he left the Lin's villa and walked to his home. I don't know if Hu Shaoxian has left. Thinking of the woman at home, he felt upset and really didn't know how to deal with it. He looked up and saw that the lights in the living room and bedroom were off. It was dark and there was no light. Did she leave? Qin Haodong thought as he went upstairs. There was no one in the living room, but there was a faint light coming from the kitchen. He walked over and saw Hu Shaoxian was busy in the kitchen. At this time, her hair was coiled on the top of her head, and a pink floral home dress couldn't hide her curvy figure. Her cheeks were white and tender, and her expression was quiet and serious. She looked like a little wife who was busy cooking for a man. There was a different kind of beauty in her. Qin Haodong couldn't help but stare at her. At this time, Hu Shaoxian stood up straight and stretched her waist. Suddenly, her whole body showed a kind of curvy beauty, vividly explaining what it meant to be protruding and concave, extremely sexy and attractive. Have you seen enough? Do you want me to change your position again? While speaking, she smiled at Qin Haodong. This smile was so bright that the whole kitchen seemed to add countless colors. Ah! Qin Haodong came to his senses and scratched his head awkwardly. He said, "Why haven't you left yet? I said that I will live here in the future. Why should I leave? This is the new home dress I bought today. Do you think it looks good?" Hu Shaoxian said as she turned in a circle in front of Qin Haodong, showing the pink home dress in all directions. "It looks good." Qin Haodong said subconsciously, completely forgetting that he was just driving her away. A burst of fragrance came, and Hu Shaoxian flew to his side like a beautiful butterfly. She whispered, I also bought a few super sexy pajamas. I'll wear them for you later. Because they were very close, Hu Xiaoxian's breath went directly into Qin Haodong's ears. Coupled with the tempting body fragrance, it made his heart full of weeds in an instant. It was like all kinds of weeds were growing. This woman was really seductive. Qin Haodong had deeply felt that no matter what Hu Xiaoxian did, she could easily cause a wave in his heart. Hu Xiaoxian said again, you came back so late. Are you hungry? Try the love dinner I made for you. I'm not hungry. I've already eaten. Even if you're not hungry, you have to taste my cooking. I've been busy all day. Hu Xiaoxian said as she held Qin Haodong's arm. The two towering mountains on her chest piled up on his arm, making him fully experience what was called amazing elasticity. His brain was still hesitating about whether to go in and have a taste, but his legs had already been out of control to the kitchen. There were 4 exquisite side dishes and a bowl of soup on the kitchen table. These dishes looked very ordinary, but bursts of fragrance went directly into Qin Haodong's nose. Eat quickly. Are you afraid that I'll poison you? You're not Wu Daolong, and I'm not Pan Jinlian. Hu Xiaoxian said as she stretched out 2 white and tender fingers, directly grabbed a golden meat strip from the plate and sent it to his mouth. Qin Haodong opened his mouth subconsciously, and Hu Xiaoxian directly sent the meat strip into his mouth. Her fingertips slid across his lips, but there was a ripple in his heart. Just as his heart was in a frenzy, a strong aroma began to fill his taste buds, stimulating his brain nerves. Qin Haodong began to close his eyes and slowly chewed the meat strip in his mouth, only feeling that his mouth was full of delicious taste. The meat strip made by Hu Xiaoxian was definitely not ordinary beef. Every time he chewed, there was a different taste. Some were fresh and tender, and some were crisp and refreshing. There were all kinds of changes in the taste. In this way, after eating a meat strip, he was not satisfied. He opened his eyes and looked at the plate. After a closer look, he found that each beef strip was made up of 4 small meat strips. No wonder there were so many tastes. He couldn't help but pick up the chopsticks, picked up another meat strip and sent it into his mouth. How is it? Is it delicious? Hu Xiaoxian bent down and stared at Qin Haodong. At the same time as she asked, a deep ravine with countless scenery rushed out from the collar of her home clothes, crazily raging Qin Haodong's eyes. Delicious, really delicious. Qin Haodong said as he stretched out his chopsticks to pick up more food, in order to divert the attention of his eyes. Otherwise, he was really afraid that his nose would bleed, which would be a great shame. It had to be said that Hu Xiaoxian's cooking was really good. Although Qin Haodong had already eaten in the evening, these dishes opened his taste buds. He couldn't help but eat up the 4 dishes and 1 soup like a gust of wind. I didn't know that your cooking was really good. Qin Haodong patted his belly with satisfaction and said, unfortunately, they are all meat dishes. There are few vegetables, and it tastes a little greasy. I don't know why, I can only cook meat dishes. Vegetarian dishes all taste the same when they come out of my hands. They taste terrible. Hu Xiaoxian took Qin Haodong's arm and said, I've been busy all day, but I haven't eaten yet. Qin Haodong was embarrassed for a while. He had eaten too much just now. He had eaten all the dishes on the table, but she hadn't eaten yet. Well, I'll make some dishes for you. Contrary to you, I can only cook vegetarian dishes. I'm not good at cooking meat. Qin Haodong said as he stood up, took out a few vegetarian dishes from the refrigerator and began to busy himself. His cooking skills were superb and his cooking methods were special. In less than half an hour, 4 vegetarian dishes were placed on the table, and there was a pot of fragrant porridge. Hu Xiaoxian first picked up a barley vegetable in confusion and put it into her mouth. Then she ate it in big mouthfuls. Although she tried to maintain the image of a beautiful woman in front of Qin Haodong, These dishes were so delicious that she couldn't control her mouth at all. Chapter 185. Then she looked at Qin Haodong coquettishly and said, "Little man, we are really a match made in heaven. You see, I'm good at cooking meat, and you can make vegetarian dishes so delicious. It's a perfect match. If we open a restaurant together, it will be popular in the whole Jiangnan." Qin Haodong couldn't stand her fiery eyes, so he quickly changed the topic and said, "It's getting late. Let's go to bed. It's all your fault. You made me pregnant." Hu Shaoxian stroked her belly and said, "I just ate so much. I'll get fat when I sleep. Why don't we do some exercise together to digest it?" You do it yourself." Qin Haodong looked embarrassed. Hu Shaoxian rolled her eyes at him and said, "A big man is so timid. It's okay if you don't want to do exercise with me. I'm going to take a bath. I've been busy in the kitchen all day. I smell of smoke." After that, she twisted her sexy body and walked to the bathroom. Qin Haodong breathed a sigh of relief. In terms of appearance, Lin Momo would not lose to Hu Shaoxian, but he didn't know why this woman would stir up the fire in his body every time she raised her hand. He simply cleaned up the kitchen and then returned to the living room. He did eat a little too much just now. He originally wanted to turn on the TV to kill time. Unexpectedly, when he just sat on the sofa, before he picked up the remote control, he heard a cry from the bathroom, "Little man, go and get me a set of pajamas. I want the black one." Qin Haodong hesitated. It seemed a little inappropriate for a man like him to get pajamas for a woman. Hu Shaoxian seemed to see his mind and continued to cry, "If you don't go and get it for me, I'll go by myself. I don't like to wear clothes anyway. Don't. Let me go." Qin Haodong came to the room where Hu Shaoxian lived and found that there were a lot of feminine decorations in the room. The whole style had changed and was full of femininity. He couldn't help but have a headache. It seemed that this woman really wanted to live here for a long time. It was really a kind of torture to live with such a woman. Just as he was thinking, Hu Xiaoxian's cry came to his ears again, "Have you found it? I want that black pajamas." Qin Haodong opened her wardrobe and found it full of all kinds of colorful women's underwear. There were dozens of lace and embroidered underwear. The black pajamas that Hu Shaoxian said were very easy to find, because there was only one black one in the whole wardrobe. But the material was a little too thin. What was the difference between wearing and not wearing? Qin Haodong took the pajamas to the bathroom, knocked on the door and said, "I've brought you the clothes." Hu Shaoxian poked her head out of the bathroom and stretched out a white and smooth arm. Her cheeks were white and rosy after the bath. She looked particularly attractive, especially the outstretched arm. Her whole white shoulder and sexy collarbone were exposed, which made people have infinite reverie. The worst thing was that the bathroom door was frosted. Although he couldn't see it clearly, the vague outline was even more tempting. Qin Haodong lifted his clothes and stood at the bathroom door in a daze. Hu Shaoxian smiled and said, "Give me the clothes. Come in and have a look if you want to. I don't care anyway." Qin Haodong came to himself and quickly gave the pajamas to Hu Shaoxian. Then he turned around and ran back to the living room. What a vixen! As soon as he sat down on the sofa, Hu Shaoxian came over in the black gauze pajamas. The thin black gauze could not hide the charming scenery below at all. It only added to the temptation out of thin air. Suddenly, Qin Haodong felt hot in his nostrils. He finally knew what was the difference between wearing the gauze pajamas and not wearing them. It was more tempting to wear them than not. As a great man said, a woman wearing clothes was far sexier than being naked. What do you think? Is my pajamas sexy? Does it look pretty? Do you want me to change into a bikini for you to see? Hu Shaoxian said, twisting her body in front of Qin Haodong. It seemed that she wanted him to appreciate her in all aspects. Qin Haodong quickly reached out to cover his nose and said, "No, this one is good." Hu Shaoxian said with some dissatisfaction, "You are so boring. I carefully chose the underwear for you." In order to ease the embarrassment, Qin Haodong took out a big spirit culturing pill and held it in his palm. "This is the elixir I refined. It's for you." Hu Shaoxian rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, "You are so bad. Isn't this enough? You even let me take medicine." Qin Haodong said, This is the big spirit culturing pill I refined. It can improve your cultivation." He had reserved the elixir for Hu Shaoxian. Although he had not figured out the woman's purpose, she was the little fellow's savior. It was nothing to give her a pill. Really? As a member of the Xianyuan Pavilion, Hu Shaoxian knew very well how valuable the elixir that could improve the cultivation of warriors of covert power was. She reached out to take the big spirit culturing pill and said, "Anyway, I am destined to be yours. No matter what medicine it is, I will take it." Then she threw the pill directly into her mouth. The pill melted in her mouth. Soon, Hu Shaoxian felt a heat flow rising from her dantian. Then her genuine qi boiled like boiling water, and the speed of operation increased more than 10 times. What kind of elixir is this? How can the effect be so amazing? She had taken a lot of elixirs to improve her cultivation before, but the effect was much worse than that of the big spirit culturing pill. At this time, she had no time to think about it. She sat cross-legged on the ground, ran her genuine qi, and began to break through to the second level of covert power. On the road of martial arts, the higher the cultivation, the more difficult it was to make progress. Hu Shaoxian was also a martial arts genius. She had entered the threshold of covert power very early, but she had been stuck in the second level of covert power for some time. But now with the help of the big spirit culturing pill, everything seemed to become simple. After the genuine qi ran 3 times, she vaguely heard a cracking sound in her body. Then the genuine qi in her body was more than twice as strong as before. The bottleneck of the second level of covert power, which she had failed to break through many times, was broken. Feeling Hu Shaoxian's momentum suddenly increased, Qin Haodong knew that she had broken through. He couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. This woman's cultivation was getting stronger and stronger, and the possibility of driving her away was getting smaller and smaller. Hu Shaoxian was ecstatic. She stood up and came to Qin Haodong. She stretched out a pair of white arms around his neck and said, "Thank you for the pill, little man." "How can I thank you? Do you want to marry me?" Qin Haodong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The more powerful this woman's cultivation was, the stronger the temptation seemed to be. He quickly took 2 steps back and said, "It doesn't matter. It's just a pill. You're also the savior of my daughter. You are so kind to your daughter," Hu Shaoxian said. She came to Qin Haodong again and said coquettishly, "How about I give birth to one for you?" "Well, you have just broken through. You have to take the time to stabilize it. I'm going to sleep." After saying that, Qin Haodong ran back to his room and slammed the door. Hu Shaoxian smiled charmingly and murmured, "Shy little man, you can't run away from me." The next morning, Qin Haodong repeatedly told the little fellow not to reveal his secret. After that, he sent her to kindergarten and then came to Daddy's security company. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw that the training ground was very lively. All the members of the company were training here. What was different from the past was that everyone's face was full of joy after their cultivation had been improved. In the middle of the field, Ma Wenjue and Qi Wan were fighting. Compared with before, their momentum had been greatly improved and they had reached the second level of covert power. It seemed that the effect of the spirit culturing pill was really good. In one night, they had been promoted from the first level of covert power to the second level. "The boss is here, hello, boss." After seeing Qin Haodong, the members of the security company stopped what they were doing and looked at him with admiration and love. Ma Wenjue and Qi Wan also stopped fighting, but their behavior was completely different. Qi Wan stood there and looked at Qin Haodong with a complicated expression. Ma Wenjue ran over with a smile. It looks good. Your cultivation has been improved very fast. Qin Haodong said. Of course. Don't you see who I am? As long as there is no Qi girl, I am the best in the world. As Ma Wenjue said, he put his hand on Qin Haodong's shoulder and whispered, Brother, your pills are really good. They are much better than the small blue pills. Can you give me another 180 pills? Qin Haodong pushed him away and said, Do you think they are jelly beans? Another 180 pills. Those 10 pills are enough for you to cultivate to the supreme power realm. Take the next one after a few days when your cultivation is stable. Otherwise, it won't work at all. After a pause, he said, You have almost consolidated your cultivation during this time. Let's go now. That's great. I've been waiting for this day. Ma Wenjue said with a smile, Go to Shanghai to find me after a while. At that time, you will be the boss of the whole underground of Shanghai. Qin Haodong glared at him and said, I want you to open a security company, not to be a gangster. It's not much different. Anyway, I will definitely surprise you when the time comes. Then Ma Wenjue began to gather his 100 security guards. These people were ready to go. After receiving the order, they quickly gathered and left Jiangnan City with Ma Wenjue. From that day on, the underground world of Shanghai changed dramatically. There was a legend named Brother Ma. After sending Ma Wenjue and others away, Qin Haodong was about to talk to Qi Wan when 4 or 5 luxury cars drove into the security company. After the cars were parked, Chen Fugue and others got out first, and then Ouyang Shanshan got out of the car. Qin Haodong and Nailan Wushuang greeted them together and said with a smile, Superstar, why do you have so much time today? Ouyang Shanshan said, I'm here to talk to Sister Wushuang about business, but I also have something to talk to you about. Nailan Wushuang said, Sister Shanshan, let's talk in the office. After that, they walked into the office holding hands. Qin Haodong looked at them and shook his head secretly. Women were really strange creatures. At the beginning, they quarreled with each other, but now they had become good sisters. After entering the office, the two chatted intimately, from the most popular cosmetics to the most fashionable clothes. They chatted intimately. Qin Haodong stared at them and couldn't help asking, Didn't you say that you have business to talk about? Nailan Wushuang glared at him and said, Don't you have to wait until we finish talking about business? Qin Haodong was speechless. He really didn't know what business was in the eyes of women. Chapter 186. Nailan Wushuang said, No problem. I'll give you the lowest price. After that, the two of them seemed to have changed from good sisters to business partners. One by one, they discussed the cooperation matters. Finally, the cooperation contract was negotiated and signed by both parties. Qin Haodong listened for a long time and asked, Is it about me? If not, I'm going to work. Isn't the company yours? How come it's not about you? Nailan Wushuang glared at him and said, You don't want to be a good boss. You have to work for others. Qin Haodong said with embarrassment, I'm just a little doctor. It's more appropriate for you to be in charge of the company. Ouyang Shanshan said, Dr. Qin, I want to invite your daughter to my concert tomorrow. Is that okay? That's a good thing. Of course. Qin Haodong agreed without hesitation. On the one hand, he was happy to let his daughter participate in more activities. On the other hand, Ouyang Shanshan was the little fellow's idol. It was absolutely the happiest thing for his daughter to hold a concert with Ouyang Shanshan. But is it too late for the concert tomorrow night? It doesn't matter. Tang Tang is very talented. Send her to my company tomorrow morning. We'll rehearse for a day and she can go on stage in the evening. Well, it's a deal. Ouyang Shanshan said and took out 2 VIP tickets and gave them to Qin Haodong. These are the tickets for the concert. Come and watch our performance with Miss Lin. Okay, I'll go. Qin Haodong said and reached out to take the tickets, but Nailan Wushuang took them away first. Just give Miss Lin one. You don't need a ticket. Nailan Wushuang took back one of the tickets and gave the other to Qin Haodong. Qin Haodong said in surprise, why don't I need a ticket? Do I look like a child? Can I get a free ticket? Nailan Wushuang looked at him and smiled strangely. Because you are the security guard of our company. You just have to stand guard and keep order. You have no time to watch the performance. You want me to stand guard? Qin Haodong asked with a bitter face. Nailan Wushuang smiled and said, of course. Such a large concert is short of hands. Don't forget, you are also a member of the company. You have to obey my command. This, all right then. Qin Haodong had no choice but to agree. At this time, he was extremely regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have asked Ma Wenjue and the others to leave 2 days later. After discussing the concert, Nailan Wushuang and Ouyang Shanshan continued to talk about fashion. Qin Haodong drove to Lin's group for work. When he was about to get off work, he received a call from Wang Rubing. After answering the phone, Wang Rubing yelled, "You brat, you haven't called me for so many days. Have you forgotten your sister now that you have a wife?" Sis, I've been too busy lately." Qin Haodong was indeed a little embarrassed. He had wanted to take his sister to his home, but he had been so busy these days that he forgot about Wang Rubing. "Then tell me, what have you been busy with?" Qin Haodong said, "In fact, it's not a big deal. It's just that there are too many mosquitoes in the south of the Yangtze River recently. I'm in charge of family planning for them. The whole world is warming up, and I'm keeping the Antarctic warm. Otherwise, if it really melts, we will have to sell our houses and buy ships." Seeing him talking nonsense with a serious face, Zhang Jijia spat out a mouthful of tea that he had just taken in his mouth. "Okay, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." Wang Rubing directly interrupted Qin Haodong and said, "No matter what you have to do, you have to go to dinner with me tonight." "Dinner? Where are we going to eat?" Qin Haodong asked. "I've already reported to the sanitary bureau. Today, the section chief invited me to dinner. Come with me." "Sister, it's not appropriate for me to go with a colleague who invites you to dinner, right?" Qin Haodong said. "What colleague? I don't think he has any good intentions towards me. He looks at me in a strange way. I'm afraid that he will do something bad to me if I go alone." Hearing this, Qin Haodong suddenly became interested and asked, "How old is your section chief?" "How do I know? He looks less than 30 years old." "Is he handsome?" "Not bad. He's not ugly." Wang Rubing suddenly came to her senses and cried, "Why do you ask this?" Qin Haodong said, "Isn't he just right? Otherwise, my aunt would be urging you to find a boyfriend. Although he's a little older, he's barely suitable. You can think about it." "Think about it my ass. He's been married for several years, and his son is running around." "Oh." Qin Haodong's face suddenly became cold when he heard that the other party was already married and was still pestering Wang Rubing. "Sister, where are you now? I'll pick you up. Come on, I'll wait for you at the gate of the sanitary bureau." Wang Rubing hung up after saying that. Qin Haodong called Lin Momo and asked her to pick up the little fellow. Then, he drove directly to the sanitary bureau. When he arrived at the gate of the sanitary bureau, Wang Rubing, wearing a white dress, was already waiting there. Seeing the Lamborghini Centenario, Wang Rubing said in surprise, "Dong, you really have a sugar daddy. Is this the car your sister-in-law bought for you?" After asking Wang Rubing to get in the car, Qin Haodong said, "What are you talking about?" Although your brother is handsome, I always rely on my ability. I earned this car by myself. It has nothing to do with others. This car is so beautiful. Wang Rubing stroked the luxurious interior of the Lamborghini and said, Dong, you're really capable. I can't afford a sports car even if I don't eat or drink for a lifetime. That's easy. I'll give you one tomorrow. Qin Haodong also had a Porsche 911 at home. He decided to give it to Wang Rubing. He said it seriously, but Wang Rubing took it as a joke and didn't take it seriously at all. After starting the car, he asked, "Where are we going?" Wang Rubing said, "The director said that the hotel is called Dreamy Jiangnan. Has he booked a room there?" "Oh, I see." Qin Haodong had been to Dreamy Jiangnan twice in the past few days, so he was very familiar with it. He drove directly there. After arriving at the hotel, they were led to an ordinary private room by the waiter. After all, the minimum consumption of a VIP room with a terrace was at least 6 figures, which was not affordable for ordinary people. The waiter politely opened the door, and Wang Rubing and Qin Haodong walked in together. "Rubing, here you are." There was a young man sitting in the private room, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a neat suit. He looked very gentle and handsome, but his eyes looked extremely wretched. He was Niu Fei, the section chief mentioned by Wang Rubing. He was excited when he saw Wang Rubing, but then he saw Qin Haodong behind her, and his face suddenly became cold. "Rubing, didn't I say I wanted to have dinner with you alone? Who is this man?" Wang Rubing said, "Section Chief Niu, this is my cousin Qin Haodong. He just had no place to eat tonight, so he came with me." She was mentally prepared and introduced Qin Haodong and Niu Fei. Hearing that he was Wang Rubing's cousin, Niu Fei's expression suddenly eased a lot and he said, "Cousin, sit down quickly." Qin Haodong didn't say much and sat down next to Wang Rubing. "Little Qin, where do you work?" Niu Fei asked. "I'm a senior at Jiangnan Medical University, and I haven't graduated yet." Qin Haodong had come here twice in a row to the VIP room. He had never been to such an ordinary private room, so he looked around while talking. Compared with the VIP room of Dreamy Jiangnan Hotel, the decoration of this ordinary private room was really not on the same level, but it was much more luxurious than ordinary hotels. However, in the eyes of Niu Fei, Qin Haodong was a bumpkin who had never seen a big scene. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes, and he said proudly, "Little Qin, you haven't graduated yet. No wonder you haven't been to such a high-end place. I tell you, this Dreamy Jiangnan Hotel is definitely the most high-end place in Jiangnan City. A meal will cost thousands of yuan, which ordinary people can't afford at all." Qin Haodong just smiled and did not speak. He came with Wang Rubing this time. As long as this guy didn't have any bad ideas about Wang Rubing, he didn't care. Soon, the waiter brought the wine and dishes to the table, and the 3 people began to eat. Niu Fei opened a bottle of red wine and frequently urged Wang Rubing to drink. Although Wang Rubing had some alcohol tolerance, she didn't drink with everyone. No matter how Niu Fei persuaded her, she just tasted it. However, Qin Haodong drank very happily. After a while, most of the bottle of red wine was in his stomach. Niu Fei glared at Qin Haodong discontentedly and said, "Little Qin, I think you're almost done eating. Why don't you go out for a walk? I have a few words to talk to your cousin alone." In his opinion, as long as Qin Haodong was sensible, he would give up the private room for him. However, Qin Haodong bowed his head and said vaguely while eating, "Chief Niu, you talk. I'll eat my food. Just pretend that I'm not here." "You," Niu Fei glared at Qin Haodong fiercely, and his face was full of disgust. Wang Rubing said, "Chief Niu, my cousin grew up with me since he was a child. We have the best relationship. If you have anything to say, just say it." Niu Fei thought for a moment and no longer hid it. He said directly, "Rubing, to tell you the truth, since the day you came to report, I have taken a fancy to you and want you to be my lover. Qin Haodong still bowed his head and ate, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. This guy really didn't have a good intention for his cousin. Wang Rubing didn't expect Niu Fei to make such a request directly. She said with a cold face, "Chief Niu, don't you already have a wife and a son? For a man, marriage is marriage, family is family, and love is love." Niu Fei said plausibly, "What I value is you. Although I can't marry you, you have to believe that my feelings for you are absolutely true." This time, Qin Haodong was completely shocked. He had never seen a person who could say such shameless things so confidently. How thick-skinned this guy was. Niu Fei continued, "You won't suffer as my lover. You are still in the apprenticeship period. I can guarantee that you will become a regular employee as soon as possible, and you will have a good development in the future. At the same time, I will also take care of your brother's job after graduation. He can choose all the hospitals and departments in Jiangnan City. He can go wherever he wants." Wang Rubing said, "Chief Niu, these are not what I want, and I can't agree to your request." Seeing that he was rejected for the second time, Niu Fei said with a sullen face, "Wang Rubing, don't forget that you are just a poor student from a small county. You have no background and no money in Jiangnan City. There is no way out at all." Chapter 187. This guy seemed to see Qin Haodong's position in Wang Rubing's heart, so he used him as a bargaining chip to threaten her again and again, which made him very unhappy. Wang Rubing was silent. She brought Qin Haodong to have dinner with her. She originally wanted to protect herself, but she didn't expect that she would implicate her brother. Niu Fei had a background in Jiangnan City, which was known to everyone in the unit. Otherwise, he would not be the section chief at the age of 30. Because of this, the threat just had an effect in her heart. It was a small matter that she couldn't become a regular employee, but she didn't want to implicate Qin Haodong and make him unable to graduate. It seemed that Niu Fei saw the change in Wang Rubing's heart. With a complacent smile, he continued, "You don't have to give me an answer in a hurry. Go back and think about it. In fact, it's not bad to be my lover. I'm young, energetic and handsome. The most important thing is that my family has a strong background and a broad career. You won't suffer if you follow me." Just when he said this, he felt a chill on his face. Qin Haodong poured the remaining half glass of red wine on his face. Niu Fei wiped the wine on his face and roared angrily, He's crazy. Mom is crazy, what are you doing?" "Nothing. I just want to help you sober up, so that you won't be overheated and keep talking nonsense." Qin Haodong said with a smile, "Don't think about it. I can give you the answer on behalf of my sister now. That is, get out of here as far as you can. Look at yourself in the mirror at home. Don't always come out to make a fool of yourself." Niu Fei patted the table and shouted to Wang Rubing, "You two have to think about it. If you offend me, not only you can't become a regular employee, but he can't even get a graduation certificate. I advise you that a small person from a small place like you should behave with your tail between your legs. Otherwise, you won't even know how you die in the end." Qin Haodong's face darkened and he said in a cold voice, "So you have a strong background?" "Of course, otherwise how could I sit in the position of section chief so quickly? If you offend me, at least in the health system, you will absolutely not be able to survive. Now I'll give you one last chance. Be my lover, or get out of Jiangnan City." Niu Fei's face was arrogant, but with the wine on his face, it looked a little funny. "How arrogant?" Qin Haodong said coldly, "I'll also give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to my sister now, or I'll not only take off your hat, but also smash your job." "Ha, ha, ha," Niu Fei laughed wildly and almost fainted. After laughing enough, he said to Wang Rubing, "Where did you find such a thing? Was he a fool or a madman? He wants me to kneel down and apologize. I'd like to see how you're going to take off my hat and smash my rice bowl today." Wang Rubing took Qin Haodong's words as words of anger. She pulled him and said, "Dong, let's go." "Leave? Why are you leaving?" Qin Haodong asked Wang Rubing to sit down again. Then he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed Pan Gaofeng's number. Pan Gaofeng was sitting at home watching TV. Seeing that it was Qin Haodong calling, he answered the phone and said, "Dr. Qin, thank you so much for yesterday. If you hadn't discovered it, I really wouldn't have known that there was such a big loophole in the management of the mental hospital. I have dealt with this matter seriously. Ma Guoli has been expelled from the mental hospital and the management system has been re-improved." Qin Haodong said, "Director Pan, let bygones be bygones. Now please come to room 305 of the dreamy Jiangnan Hotel." Hearing that he was asked to go to the hotel, Pan Gaofeng didn't think that Qin Haodong was going to invite him to dinner. He asked, "Dr. Qin, what's the matter?" "You'll know when you come." Qin Haodong said lightly. "Well, my house is not far from there. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Pan Gaofeng hung up the phone, got dressed and went straight to the dreamy Jiangnan Hotel. "Keep pretending. Keep pretending." Niu Fei looked at Qin Haodong with a sneer. "This kind of trick to scare people doesn't work in front of me at all. You won't tell me that you're calling our director Pan, will you?" Qin Haodong said lightly, "You're right. I was just calling Director Pan." "Ha ha ha ha." Niu Fei laughed again and said, "Boy, how dare you say that you're calling our director? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? How could a little bumpkin from the county know our director? It's not that I look down on you, but you've never been to such a luxurious hotel in your life, have you? If I leave now, you and your sister can't even afford to pay for the meal. It's estimated that you have to wash dishes here this month." While he was talking, the door opened and a woman in a blue and white porcelain cheongsam came in from the outside, followed by a little waiter. It was Che Xiaoxiao, the general manager of the hotel. It had to be said that this woman was so beautiful, and she was very good at dressing up. Her pretty face was so delicate that there was no flaw. The decent cheongsam perfectly combined her towering peaks and two slender long legs. Niu Fei's saliva almost flowed down when he looked at her. He had seen Che Xiaoxiao with his leader and knew that this woman was not ordinary. She had a great influence in the upper class of Jiangnan City. However, he was also very strange. Normally, Che Xiaoxiao wouldn't even look at him when he came to eat. Why did she come here in person today? "Hello, Miss Che, Niu Fei took the initiative to stand up and say hello to Che Xiaoxiao, but Che Xiaoxiao didn't even look at him. She went directly to Qin Haodong and said, "Handsome boy, why don't you say hello to me when you come here?" Qin Haodong said, "You are so busy. I dare not disturb you. No matter how busy I am, I have to entertain you personally when you come here." Che Xiaoxiao said in a flirtatious manner, "It's inconvenient for you to eat here. Today, the number 1 VIP room is empty. You can go with me." Niu Fei was stunned and couldn't believe everything in front of him. He had only heard of the number 1 VIP room, but he had never been there. It was said that the consumption there was at least 6 figures. Who was this gigolo in front of him? Had he been to the VIP room? It was impossible. Qin Haodong said, "No, Sister Xiaoxiao. We are dealing with something and will leave soon." As the general manager of the hotel, Che Xiaoxiao was extremely shrewd. She immediately understood that Qin Haodong had something to do, so she said, "Since you have something to do, I won't bother you anymore. But you have to leave this bottle of wine. It's a little gift from me." After that, she waved her hand, and the waiter behind her put a bottle of 1982 Lafite in front of Qin Haodong. "Little handsome boy, take your time. I'll go first. Call me if you need anything." Che Xiaoxiao nodded to Qin Haodong with a smile and then left with the waiter. After they left, Qin Haodong grabbed the bottle of 1982 Lafite and poured a glass for himself and Wang Rubing. Sister, this is a bottle of wine that costs 100,000 yuan. How about you try it? After that, he picked up the glass and took a sip. It's not bad. It's much better than that bottle of red wine that costs thousands of yuan. Niu Fei had been stunned. He had just despised the poor boy who had no background. In the blink of an eye, the general manager of the dreamy Jiangnan Hotel took the initiative to greet him and gave him a bottle of red wine worth 100,000 yuan. This was definitely not a face that ordinary people could have. If that was the case, could it be that he was really calling his own bureau chief just now? Thinking of this, Niu Fei couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If the director knew that he had violated a female subordinate who had just joined the work, he really couldn't be a section chief anymore. No, let's go. Thinking of this, Niu Fei grabbed his bag and was about to leave. But before he stood up, the door opened and Director Pan Gaofeng came in from the outside. Director. Niu Fei was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Qin Haodong really called their director. Xiaoniu is also here. Pan Gaofeng nodded to him and then said to Qin Haodong, Dr. Qin, what's the matter? Director Pan, please sit down and try this bottle of 1982 Lafite. Qin Haodong asked Pan Gaofeng to sit down and then filled the glass in front of him. Seeing all this, Niu Fei was so nervous that he was at a loss. After hesitating again and again, he finally whispered to Qin Haodong, Brother Qin, can I apologize? Qin Haodong picked up the glass and clinked with Pan Gaofeng. He drank up the wine in the glass, looked up at him and said, I have given you a chance just now. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. It's too late to apologize now. Pan Gaofeng asked in surprise, Dr. Qin, what the hell is going on? What apology? What's too late? Qin Haodong directly took out his mobile phone and clicked on a video. It happened to be the video in which Niu Fei threatened Wang Rubing to be his lover. Niu Fei was shocked. Originally, he wanted to deny it. He didn't expect that Qin Haodong had recorded everything. It seemed that Qin Haodong had already prepared for it. Pan Gaofeng was furious after watching the video. Niu Fei, who was usually sanctimonious, did such a thing, which was completely beyond his expectation. He shouted at Niu Fei angrily, Bastard, from now on, you are no longer the section chief. Report to the Human Resources Department tomorrow. Chief, Niu Fei's face was pale. He wanted to defend himself, but he couldn't say anything in the face of this video. At this time, his intestines were green with regret. He originally thought that Wang Rubing, who came from a small county, would be easy to deal with and would not have any background. He did not expect that her brother would call the director. Although their families had some background, it was not easy for them to get to the position of section chief. Now, not only did they not have the chance to do so, but they had also failed. Not only had he succeeded in breaking the rules, but he had also sent his hat flying. Qin Haodong frowned slightly. Obviously, he was not satisfied with the result. He said to Pan Gaofeng, Director Pan, this guy doesn't just want to play tricks. He also threatens not to let my sister become a regular employee. At the same time, he also prevents me from getting the graduation certificate from the university. Isn't this too light? Pan Gaofeng said with embarrassment, Dr. Qin, I also know that his behavior is bad, but I am only the director of the sanitary bureau. My greatest authority is to remove him from his post and remove him from the team of the sanitary bureau. After all, he is in the city, and I can't do anything about it. Then, he whispered in Qin Haodong's ear, Niu Fei has some background in the city. It's really not easy to fire him completely. After listening to Pan Gaofeng's words, Niu Fei immediately became confident. Anyway, things had been like this. The worst result was to remove him from his post. He stood up abruptly and shouted to Qin Haodong, Boy, even if I leave the sanitary bureau, I can still work in other departments. Didn't you say that you would destroy my job? I'm waiting. In his opinion, Qin Haodong's biggest reliance was Pan Gaofeng, so he wanted to vent his dissatisfaction. He thought that no matter how powerful Qin Haodong was, he had no ability to fire him completely. Chapter 188. After that, he took out his mobile phone and dialed Mayor Li Changji's phone number. "Hello, Mayor Li, this is Qin Haodong." Li Changji said, "Little Qin, I just have something to talk to you. During this time, I asked someone to investigate your sister Wang Rubing. The little girl is cultured and organized. She is really capable. I still lack a secretary now. How about you let her be my secretary?" "Great, Mayor Li. I thank you for my sister." Qin Haodong said again, "Mayor Li, there is another thing I want to trouble you to deal with." "Oh. What's the matter? Tell me." Li Changji was very grateful to Qin Haodong for curing his injured leg. As long as Qin Haodong's request did not violate the rules, he was happy to do it. "Here's the thing, Mayor Li," Qin Haodong told him what Niu Fei had just done from beginning to end. "Bastard, there is such a person." Li Changji was originally a disciplinarian. He was upright and incorruptible. He couldn't bear this kind of thing most. He said, "Little Qin, don't worry. I'll ask someone to do it right away. I will never tolerate this kind of black sheep." "What? Mayor Li?" Niu Fei felt like being struck by lightning. His whole body was fried. There was only one Mayor Li in Jiangnan City. Needless to say, he also knew who Qin Haodong was calling. He just wanted to vent his anger, but he didn't expect that it would lead to such a serious consequence. He thought that Qin Haodong's biggest reliance was Pan Gaofeng. Who knew that in a twinkling of an eye, a phone call was made to Mayor Li Changji. Li Changji was a famous white-faced Mr. Bao. There was no room for him to ease this kind of thing. Even the background of his family was useless. Sure enough, it didn't take long for his mobile phone to ring. Niu Fei pressed the answer button with a trembling hand. Soon his mobile phone fell to the ground with a clatter and broke into pieces. Then he collapsed on the chair with a pale face. There was only one thing on the phone just now. He was completely fired. Looking at Niu Fei's pale face, Pan Gaofeng couldn't help shaking his head secretly. He wouldn't die if he didn't court death. Niu Fei should have left with his tail between his legs after he was just dismissed. Who knew that he had to provoke Qin Haodong? This family was completely dead. They had destroyed their own official career path. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him could talk directly to Mayor Li. His power was really frightening. Niu Fei staggered out. Pan Gaofeng said, "Dr. Qin, I didn't expect Xiao Wang to be your sister. You can rest assured that she will be in the sanitary bureau in the future. I will take good care of her." "Thank you for your kindness, Chief Pan." Qin Haodong said, "Just now, Mayor Li asked my sister to be his secretary. She will report to him tomorrow. I'm going to inform Director Pan now." After that, he turned to Wang Rubing and said, "Sister, Mayor Li just asked you to be his secretary. I agreed for you directly." "Ah. Oh." Of course, Wang Rubing would not object to such a good thing, but the happiness came too suddenly, and she could not accept it for a while. Pan Gaofeng was shocked. Not everyone could be the mayor's secretary. Although the rank was not high, the position was very important, so there was a saying that it was the number 2 chief among the people. He just threw out an olive branch and said that he would help Qin Haodong take care of his sister. He didn't expect that Qin Haodong would become the mayor's secretary in the blink of an eye. Not only did he not need to take care of her, but he had to go through Wang Rubing if he wanted to see Mayor Li in the future. He said to Wang Rubing, "Xiao Wang, congratulations. It seems that I need you to take care of me in the future." "You're welcome, Director Pan. It's all my brother's credit." Wang Rubing came to her senses and said to Qin Haodong gratefully, "Thank you." She knew very well that she had only met Li Changji once at home, and it was because of Qin Haodong. If her brother had not been there, he would never have used her as a secretary. Qin Haodong said with a smile, "You don't have to thank me. Although I recommended you to Mayor Li, he has strictly inspected you. If you are not qualified, Mayor Li would not have used you as a secretary." Then he looked at Pan Gaofeng and said, "Am I right, Director Pan?" As an official, Pan Gaofeng naturally knew the key. He nodded quickly and said, "Yes. Yes. Dr. Qin is right." After that, they sat for a while and drank up the 1982 La fight before leaving the dreamy Jiangnan Hotel. After leaving the hotel, Pan Gaofeng left alone, and Qin Haodong drove Wang Rubing home. "Thank you very much for what you did today," Wang Rubing said again. Without Qin Haodong's help today, Niu Fei's matter would not have been solved so smoothly, and she would not have been able to become the mayor's secretary. "Don't be polite to me. We are brother and sister. You always say that I robbed your food when I was a child. Now it's my duty to help you do something." Qin Haodong glanced at Wang Rubing with a smile and said, "A girl changes 18 times before she reaches adulthood. She was a dry little bean sprout in those days, but now she has grown up like a flower and someone can chase her." Wang Rubing glared at him and entered the bickering mode again. She said, "Who are you calling a little bean sprout? Although you robbed me of half of my food, I was born beautiful. When I went to college, the people who chased me could form a few streets. Don't be angry when I say you are fat. Since there are so many people chasing you, why don't you bring a boyfriend back to show your aunt?" "That's because I have high standards. Ordinary people can't enter my eyes." "That's true. You grew up with a handsome guy like me, so naturally, other men won't be able to enter your eyes. However, I have to advise you not to use my standards to choose a boyfriend. Otherwise, you'll end up alone." "Bullshit." Wang Rubing reached out and pinched Qin Haodong's soft ribs hard. "Don't. I'm driving." After they quarreled for a while, Qin Haodong asked, "Sister, where do you live now?" "I arrived in Jiangnan City the day after you came back. I rented an apartment. It's not easy to rent a house in Jiangnan City. Not only is the rent expensive, but it's also very difficult to find. It took me a lot of effort to find this house." Wang Rubing told Qin Haodong her address. Qin Haodong wanted to ask Wang Rubing to live in his home, but he thought of Hu Xiaoxian, who he couldn't drive away, so he didn't say it. Otherwise, the two women might make trouble if they lived together. It would be better to wait for a while. Soon, he sent Wang Rubing home and they went upstairs together. The apartment looked very clean and tidy. Although it was not luxurious, it was warm. The apartment Wang Rubing rented was 1 bedroom and 1 living room. There was a big bed in the bedroom, a sofa and a small computer desk in the living room. Although the house was not big, it was in a good location. It was located in the prosperous area of Jiangnan City. In this area, where every inch of land was expensive, the lowest price would be more than 2 million. Qin Haodong looked around, then sat down on the sofa and said, "The room is well cleaned. It seems that my aunt didn't educate you in vain." Wang Rubing took out 2 bottles of Coke from the refrigerator and threw one to Qin Haodong. She opened the other one and took a big sip. Then she said, "I'm a lady, unlike you, a pig. You are dirty all day and make a mess everywhere you go. I'm not dirty. I take a bath every day." Just speaking of this, Qin Haodong suddenly remembered that he had fallen asleep without taking a bath because of Hu Xiaoxian last night. Now his body was a little sticky and uncomfortable. But he was a little scared when he thought of going home to take a bath. He was afraid that Hu Xiaoxian would get into his bathroom again when he was taking a bath. That woman's temptation was getting more and more lethal. Speaking of this, he said to Wang Rubing, "Sister, I'll take a bath here first and then go home." "Why don't you go home and take a bath?" There's no water at home. Of course, Qin Haodong couldn't say that he was scared by a beautiful woman. He walked into the bathroom and began to take off his clothes. He grew up with Wang Rubing. They had lived together for a long time, so he didn't feel embarrassed about taking a bath. Soon he finished taking a bath and put on his clothes again. But before he walked out of the bathroom, he heard the sound of the door lock turning. Wang Rubing had just changed into a set of comfortable pajamas and was sitting on the sofa watching TV. When she heard the sound of the door lock, her body suddenly tightened. She rented this room by herself and didn't cooperate with anyone. The owner was still in the house, but someone opened the door with a key. She instinctively thought that there was a bad guy coming. But when she thought that Qin Haodong was in the bathroom, her nervousness was relieved a lot. Qin Haodong walked out of the bathroom and looked at Wang Rubing. Then he made a gesture of silence and quietly hid at the door. If someone really came in with bad intentions, he would immediately take action and put them down. As soon as he hid, the door was opened from the outside and a middle-aged man came in. The man's face was pale and his steps were weak. Although he was 1.8 meters tall, he was so thin that he looked like a skeleton. Obviously, he was so thin, but he liked to open the chest of his shirt and show the tattoos inside. He looked like a gangster. When Qin Haodong was about to take action, he heard Wang Rubing say, "Mr. Landlord, why are you here?" Since Wang Rubing knew this man, he didn't rush to take action. He wanted to see what the landlord was doing here at night. The landlord smiled and kept his eyes on Wang Rubing's sexy body. He said, "I come to see how my house is. You know, some people are of low quality now and will ruin the house." Wang Rubing said angrily, "Mr. Landlord, you can check the house, but you should tell me in advance. You can't come in like this, can you? Besides, I live alone in this house. How can I feel safe when you come in at night?" The landlord said with a sinister smile, "Why not? Look at me. Do I look like a bad guy?" Wang Rubing said, "It's not a question of who looks like a bad guy. There are rules for renting a house. Since the house has been rented to me, you shouldn't have the key in your hand, and you shouldn't open my door at night." The landlord said disdainfully, "What kind of rule is that? Although the house is rented to you, it is mine. I can have as many keys as I want, and I can come in whenever I want." While speaking, his eyes were still fixed on Wang Rubing's high chest, and he kept swallowing. His wretched look was very annoying. "Nonsense, how can you rent a house like this? Don't you know how to respect other people's privacy?" Wang Rubing was really angry. She lived alone in this room, and the door was the last security. If the landlord, a man, could come in at any time, the consequences would be very dangerous. Chapter 189. You've gone too far. Wang Rubing said angrily, "I'll call the police now and let them judge. Calling the police will hurt our friendship. Let's talk about it." Hearing that Wang Rubing was going to call the police, the landlord's tone softened a lot. Although the police couldn't do anything to him, they would ruin his plan. "Actually, I'm here to discuss something with you today," the guy said and walked into the room. Wang Rubing was blocking the door, but if she continued to stand there, the landlord would hit her chest. She had to get out of the way in the face of such a hooligan. Until now, the landlord didn't see Qin Haodong behind the door. He sat on the sofa in the living room and said, "How is it? This house isn't bad, right?" Wang Rubing said with a cold face, "It was good, but if you go on like this, I'll consider checking out." "Why do you want to check out when you're living well?" "Let me tell you, my house is clean, tidy, and well lit, but it's not easy to find one. I'm here today to have a look and to inform you of one thing." "What is it? Tell me." Wang Rubing asked. "The rent is too low. I've decided to raise it by 500 yuan a month." "Another 500 yuan?" Wang Rubing said angrily, how can you do this? I've just rented this house for less than 10 days. We signed a contract. Even if you want to raise the price, you have to wait until the contract expires. The landlord sneered and said, what's the use of a contract? That thing is too hard to wipe your ass. The house is mine. I can rent it for as much as I want and raise the price if I want. If you don't want to rent it, there are many people who want to rent my house. Wang Rubing said angrily, you're so unreasonable. I just moved in and you want me to find another house. How can you rent a house like this? The landlord seemed to want this effect. He smiled and said, of course, if you don't want to raise the price, you have to promise me one thing. What is it? Wang Rubing asked subconsciously. She had just left school and had little social experience. She didn't know how sinister people were. Qin Haodong had seen through the landlord's dirty mind. This guy must be thinking about his sister. However, he was not in a hurry to act. He wanted to wait for the landlord to show his fox tail, and then he would kill him once and for all. Pregnant. Chop meat landlord he smiled and said, actually, it's very simple. You just need to roll with me tonight. Sheets, let's talk about life in depth. Rent is not a problem at all. As long as you can make me happy, I won't take your money in the future. Bastard, get out of my sight. Wang Rubing was completely infuriated by the rogue landlord. The landlord didn't leave. Instead, he sneered, little girl, why do you have to do this? You're just a poor girl from a county town. What right do you have to pretend in front of me? If you had the money, you would have bought a house long ago. Why would you still need to rent a house here? To be honest, I fell in love with you the day I rented this apartment. As long as you are willing to be my lover, you can stay in this apartment forever. Actually, since you're so pretty, you're a resource in and of itself. Why should you keep it and not use it? Women and men will have that kind of thing sooner or later. It's the same for everyone. You might as well use it now to exchange for some money. Get out of here, or I'll call the police. Wang Rubing picked up the phone next to her. Call the police. The landlord sneered, let me tell you, little girl, I work in both the illegal and the illegal in Jiangnan City. The police are all my buddies. It's useless for you to call the police. And my cousin is the boss here. As long as I'm not satisfied with you, maybe you'll disappear from Jiangnan City tomorrow. Then it'll be too late for you to regret. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Rubing obscenely and kept swallowing. It seemed that he couldn't wait to throw Wang Rubing on the bed directly. Little girl, you can save thousands of yuan by sleeping with me for a month. What a good deal. As he spoke, he automatically imagined the scene of rolling with Wang Rubing. A look of excitement appeared on his skinny face when he saw the image of the bedsheet. If I pay you to sleep with a pig, will you? Qin Haodong's cold voice came from behind the door. The landlord was shocked. He didn't expect that there was a man hiding in this room. When he saw Qin Haodong's appearance, he immediately became confident. This was just a toy boy. He scolded arrogantly, who the F***ck are you? Who the F***ck are you? How dare you come here and ruin my plan? Who am I? I'm your father. Qin Haodong looked at the landlord coldly. If he hadn't happened to come to Wang Rubing's place today, the consequences would be unimaginable if the landlord touched his sister. The landlord said to Wang Rubing, I've already told you that this house is only rented to you. No messy people are allowed to come in. How dare you bring a wild man back? Bullshit. This is my brother. How can he be a wild man? Wang Rubing was completely provoked by the landlord. She even burst out with foul language. She said, besides, when did you say that this house is only for me? If so, how can I rent your shabby house? Qin Haodong came to Wang Rubing and said, Sister, there's no need to reason with this scum. He turned to look at the landlord and said in a cold voice, "Now I'll give you a chance. Apologize to my sister and get out of here immediately." "Boy, how dare you ask me to get out? You're really arrogant. Believe it or not, I'll call some brothers to beat you until your mother can't recognize you." Speaking of this, the landlord seemed to feel that his power was not enough. He suddenly tore his shirt and revealed a snake-shaped tattoo on his chest. "Toy boy, don't you see that I'm a gangster? Get out of here if you want to live. I'm going to *CK this chick today." Facing this idiot, Qin Haodong had lost his patience. Before the landlord finished speaking, he slapped him in the face. Although he didn't use his internal force in this slap, it was still powerful. The landlord flew out and hit the wall on one side. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. The landlord was completely stunned. He raised his head and shook it. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood mixed with his teeth. Then he pointed at Qin Haodong and roared, "Boy, how dare you *CK me? Don't you know that my cousin is the big boss of the gangsters in Jiangnan City? He can sink you into the river to feed the fish with a flick of his finger. Big boss? I'll beat you into a pig's head today." Qin Haodong really had enough of this idiot. He punched and kicked the landlord, making him roll on the ground and cry for his parents. "Bastard, how dare you act like a hooligan? How dare you enter a girl's room at night? How dare you rent a house and keep the key?" He grabbed the landlord's long hair and slapped him in the face. Soon, the guy changed from Monkey King to second senior brother. His cheeks were swollen. His mouth seemed to be stuffed with 2 big steamed buns. His eyes were swollen like a panda. After a while, Qin Haodong was also tired. He threw the landlord on the ground, then squatted down and asked, "How about it? Do you know you're wrong?" The guy's head was now completely swollen. He tried to open his swollen eyes, pointed at Qin Haodong and shouted, "Boy, how dare you hit me? Wait and see. My cousin is the big boss of the gangsters. Old man, you're quite stubborn. Let's see how long you can be stubborn." Qin Haodong smiled coldly. He grabbed the landlord's ankle and lifted him up. He strode to the bathroom and directly put him into the toilet bowl. Then he pressed the flush button. With a splash, the cold water poured down the landlord's head. The landlord struggled to climb out of the toilet bowl, but Qin Haodong stepped on it. Soon, the landlord's entire head was completely submerged. He couldn't breathe. Although he desperately struggled with his hands and feet, it was useless under Qin Haodong's control. After about a minute, Qin Haodong gently lifted the guy out of the toilet bowl with his right hand and threw him on the floor of the bathroom. The landlord finally breathed some fresh air. He gasped and coughed, and spat out some water from time to time. Qin Haodong lifted his chin with the tip of his foot and asked, "How about now? Do you know you're wrong? You. Are you looking for death? Do you know who I am? My cousin is the boss of the underworld. I'll kill you sooner or later." Qin Haodong didn't know if this guy was out of his mind. He dared to yell at Qin Haodong and mention his cousin, who was the boss of the underworld. "It seems that you're not sober enough. The punishment is too light. You don't realize your mistake at all," Qin Haodong said as he grabbed the landlord's ankle again. He put his head into the toilet bowl again and pressed the flush button. This time, the landlord's entire head was immersed in the water for a longer time than last time. The landlord was completely stunned. As soon as he opened his mouth, he would immediately choke into the cold water. The lack of oxygen in his chest made him feel so painful that he felt like his chest was about to explode. Looking at the landlord who was struggling desperately, Wang Rubing said with some worry, "Brother, will you be okay?" Although she also hated the rogue landlord, she was afraid that Qin Haodong would kill him on impulse. That would be big trouble. Qin Haodong said, "Don't worry. He can't die as long as I'm here." Indeed, as the Emperor Green would, he could completely control the life and death of the landlord. If he wanted him to live, he could live. If he wanted him to die, he could die. Slowly, the landlord stopped struggling and his whole body became stiff. Qin Haodong threw him to the ground and then kicked him in the stomach. The landlord spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva, and then he could breathe again. He panted heavily and looked at Qin Haodong with fear in his eyes. At that moment, he felt so close to death and thought that the young man was really going to drown him. How about it? Do you know you're wrong now? Qin Haodong had no mercy for the landlord at all. If he was not here today, he could imagine how the landlord would treat Wang Rubing. You can't reduce the cost of a bad guy's crime just because he didn't succeed. Otherwise, he would never learn from it and only the good guys would be hurt. I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. I won't do it again. The landlord was weak and lay on the ground like a dead dog. He thought he was going to die just now. Qin Haodong's cruelty was far beyond his imagination. If he dared to say no again, he might really drown in the toilet. Qin Haodong said, "Not to me, but to my sister." The landlord hurriedly said to Wang Rubing, "Xiao Wang, I'm sorry. It's my fault today. I won't dare to come here again." Wang Rubing said angrily, "I've never seen a landlord like you. I'll move tomorrow and never live in your shabby house again." Chapter 190. Wang Rubing said in surprise, "How can I live here with such a rogue landlord? We always bully hooligans. How can we be bullied by hooligans?" Qin Haodong said, "Since you think the landlord is not good, let's become the landlord ourselves." Become the landlord ourselves? Wang Rubing didn't understand what Qin Haodong meant. Although she liked the house and lived in it comfortably, it would cost about 2 million yuan, which was not what she could afford now. Qin Haodong said, "Yes, since you want to live here, let's buy the house, so that the bastard landlord won't harass you." Buy it? The landlord won't sell it, will he? Wang Rubing had recently learned about the houses nearby. The location was very good, and the rent was high. Normally, the landlord would never sell it. "Don't worry, he will sell it." Qin Haodong turned to the landlord and said, "My sister wants to buy your house. Will you sell it or not?" The landlord shook his head and said, "Little brother, I rely on this house to make a living. I really can't sell it." Although he was born and raised in Jiangnan City, he only had 5 or 6 houses in his hands. Moreover, this house was in the best location. Not only was the rent high, but there was also a lot of room for appreciation. If he sold it, he would lose an old hen that could lay golden eggs. He spent his days drinking, and whoring. Gambling and gambling depended on the rent. If he sold the house, he wouldn't be able to live so comfortably. "You don't want to sell it?" After saying that, Qin Haodong grabbed the landlord's ankle, lifted him up, and brought him to the top of the toilet again. Thinking of the taste of death just now, the landlord was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly shouted, "I'll sell it, I'll sell it. Little brother, put me down." Although the house was good, his life was more important. He was afraid that Qin Haodong would drown him if he couldn't control himself. Then he would have nothing. Qin Haodong threw the landlord on the ground again, turned to Wang Rubing and said, "You see, I said he would sell it." He said to the landlord, "Tell me, how much is your house?" The landlord said, "The normal market price of my house is 2.5 million yuan." Qin Haodong stared and said, "Isn't 2.5 million a stupid number? Are you stupid or am I? Then 2.4 million, for it is not auspicious, then 2.3 million, the landlord was about to cry. His heart was bleeding every time he lost 100,000 yuan. That was a lot of money. How many girls would he find if he went out to look for? He's regretting it now. Why did he come here tonight? 2.3 million is too much. Why don't you just rob someone? The skinny landlord looked bitter and said with a crying voice, "Brother, my house is in a prime location. Is it really worth that much? How about 2 million, no less. 2 million is still too much. Let's deduct a little more. How about 15 million? The landlord gritted his teeth and said. Qin Haodong raised his hand and hit him on the head. I told you to deduct a little. Why did you deduct 50,000? Are you kidding me? Big brother, how much do you want? The landlord was completely dumbfounded. He had come to be a hooligan, but he didn't expect that the other party was even more of a hooligan than him. It was a robbery. Didn't I say 220,000 after deducting a point? What? You mean a decimal point? The landlord burst into tears. It was the first time for him to see someone bargain like this. It was too violent to directly deduct a decimal point. 220,000 yuan couldn't even buy a toilet. It was faster than robbing a bank. What? You don't want to? Qin Haodong asked. Of course not. You're not buying a house. You're robbing money. At this time, the landlord didn't care about being thrown into the toilet. 220,000 yuan to buy his house was like killing him. Qin Haodong raised his hand and slapped him in the face. Are you selling or not? You're not buying a house at all. You're robbing money. If I don't agree, you beat me. You're forcing me to buy a house. Is there any justice? The landlord felt wronged. He came here to be a hooligan, but he didn't expect to be bullied like this. Qin Haodong said lightly, How dare you talk about justice? When you sneakily opened the door of my sister's room, did you ever think that God was watching you? When you wanted to force my sister to do that kind of thing, did you ever think about justice? Now you want to talk about justice. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Tell me, are you selling or not? Looking at Qin Haodong's cold face, the landlord was scared to death. He wanted to say no, but he was afraid of being beaten. But he was unwilling to sell. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, Big brother, this house is not entirely mine. My cousin has shares. I can't make the decision alone. If you really want to buy it at this price, I'll call my cousin here and you can talk about it. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Call your cousin here and talk about it now. Of course, Qin Haodong knew what the landlord was thinking. He wanted to call his cousin, who was a gangster, to deal with him. But he didn't care at all. Moreover, if he didn't deal with the landlord and meet his cousin, who was known as the leader of the underworld, his sister wouldn't be able to live well here in the future. She would inevitably be harassed by those gangsters. It would be easy to get rid of them once and for all. Are you sure you want to call my cousin here? The landlord couldn't believe his ears. Of course. Hurry up. My time is precious. Qin Haodong said to Wang Rubing, Sister, you print a house sale contract first. We'll sign it when he comes. Wang Rubing really didn't understand what Qin Haodong was going to do. How could he directly ask for help? But out of trust for her brother, she went back to the house to make the contract. The landlord took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. After the phone was connected, he said, Cousin, someone wants to buy our house for 220,000 yuan. Hurry up and come and have a look. Yes, I'm here now. If the deal doesn't go through, don't let me go. Soon he hung up the phone and said to Qin Haodong, My cousin will definitely come in 10 minutes. After finding a backer, this guy was obviously more confident. He secretly swore in his heart that after his cousin dealt with this gigolo, he would definitely get that chick on his bed and vent the anger in his heart. 5 minutes later, Wang Rubing brought 2 copies of the printed contract to Qin Haodong. The other parts had been printed, but the price part was still empty. She needed to fill it in manually later. Good. After a brief look, Qin Haodong nodded. At this moment, with a bang, the door was kicked open from the outside. Then a big man with a wolf head tattoo on his chest rushed in from the outside, followed by a dozen gangsters with steel pipes and machetes. After entering the door, he shouted arrogantly, "Who the hell has the guts to bully my cousin? Cousin, you're finally here. I was almost beaten to death." The skinny landlord finally saw his family. He immediately crawled over and hugged the wolf's thigh. He cried with tears and snot all over his face, feeling wronged. "Who the hell are you?" Wolf looked at the pig head under his feet and asked. The landlord said pitifully, "Cousin, I'm Lao Lu. I was beaten by that guy." Wild Wolf immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Who is it? Who beat you like this? Tell me, I'll twist his head off for you to kick as a ball." Before the landlord could speak, Qin Haodong said, "I beat him. Let's see how you twist my head off." "Who the hell are you talking to?" Wolf stopped abruptly as if he was strangled in the middle of his words. He never dreamed that the person in front of him turned out to be Qin Haodong. After the incident with Dong Chao last time, he deliberately inquired about Qin Haodong's background. Only then did he know that this young man was a distinguished guest of Long Haisheng, who cured the great dragon's son who had been ill for many years. This scared him to death. Fortunately, Dafei came in time. Otherwise, if he really beat Qin Haodong, Long Haisheng would directly throw him into the river to feed the fish. Since then, he told his gangsters that if they saw Qin Haodong, they should hide as far as possible and never provoke him. He didn't expect to meet Qin Haodong today. He quickly put on a flattering smile and came to Qin Haodong. He said respectfully, "Dr. Qin, why are you here?" Qin Haodong was amused. He and this guy were really destined to meet again in just a few days. But this was good, because he didn't have to do it again. He sneered and said, "Wolf, whose head did you just say you were going to twist off and kick as a ball?" Wolf shivered with fear. He didn't dare to provoke this young man. He quickly said, Dr. Qin, you misunderstood me. I mean, whoever dares to make you angry, I will twist off his head and kick it as a ball." The sixth landlord was completely dumbfounded. His cousin had always been very overbearing. Why did he suddenly become like a kitten when he saw this young man? Could he still be his backer? He couldn't help but have a bad hunch. It seemed that things were going to be troublesome today. Really? Qin Haodong glanced at Wolf and said with a playful face, "Wolf, I just heard that you are now the leader of the underground world in the south of the Yangtze River. Is there such a thing?" "No, absolutely not." Wolf was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Although he also had some status in the underground world in the south of the Yangtze River, and he also had hundreds of brothers and several places to make money, he was still far away from Long Haisheng. He didn't deserve the title of the underground leader. If these words reached Long Haisheng's ears, he was afraid that he would be dead on the street tomorrow morning. He now knew the relationship between Qin Haodong and Long Haisheng, so he quickly explained, "Dr. Qin, don't listen to people's nonsense. Everyone knows that there is only one leader in the south of the Yangtze River. I just make a living under Brother Long." Qin Haodong said, "Oh. Maybe I heard wrong. Your cousin just said several times that you are now the underground leader of the south of the Yangtze River. Bastard. Who told you to spout such nonsense?" Wolf pointed to the sixth landlord and shouted to his two gangsters, "Come on, open your mouth and let him talk shit. Cousin, don't hit me, cousin. I just have nothing to do. F***ck. The sixth landlord felt extremely wronged. He really just wanted to brag. F***ck, to scare Qin Haodong, so he said Wolf's identity as the underground leader. F***cku. 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 People always cheat their fathers and grandfathers. How can you cheat your cousin like this?" Wolf shouted with hatred. "Beat him. Beat him with all your might. Chapter 191. Seeing that old Six's head was swollen again, Wolf turned back and said with a flattering face, Dr. Qin, please don't tell Brother Long about this. Let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about us first. Qin Haodong pointed to the broken door and said, this is my sister's door. You just broke it. What do you think I should do? Well, I'll pay for it. How much do you want? I'll pay for it. Wolf said hurriedly. Well, seeing that your attitude is not bad, I'll compensate you with 1 million. Qin Haodong was not polite to people like Wolf. Although Wolf was like a dog in front of him, if he was an ordinary person, he would definitely be killed by him today. At this time, the landlord old Six got up from the ground and said, Cousin, this house is mine. Even if the door is broken, you don't have to pay for it. Get the fuck out of here. Who allowed you to talk? Wild Wolf kicked old Six's stomach hard and directly knocked him to the ground. He hated his cousin now. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have met Qin Haodong. Looking back, Wolf suddenly had a bitter face. He said, Dr. Qin, is this door a little too expensive? The door is not expensive, 100 yuan, but it just scared my sister. You have to pay 999,900. Qin Haodong said with a cold face, what? Don't you think my sister is worth the price? Yes. Absolutely. I'll pay for it. Wolf didn't dare to offend Qin Haodong now. He could only grit his teeth and pay for it. He had already cursed 18 generations of the landlord's ancestors in his heart. As long as you think it's worth it. Qin Haodong took a bank card from Wang Rubing, threw it to Wolf and said, transfer the money. Wolf had no choice but to take out his mobile phone and transfer 1 million yuan to Wang Rubing. After hearing the text message, Qin Haodong nodded with satisfaction and said to Wild Wolf, that's it. Let's talk about the house. I just wanted to buy this house with your cousin. He said that you have shares in it, so I need your consent. Wolf was full of anger. He turned back to the landlord and said angrily, it's your blessing that Dr. Qin bought your house. Why are you still hesitating? Sell it quickly. The landlord said, cousin, my house is worth more than 2 million yuan, but he only gave me 220,000 yuan. That's too little. Qin Haodong said, Wild Wolf, I think the price of 220,000 is very fair. What do you think? No, Dr. Qin, I think the price is still too high. Please round it up and give him 200,000 yuan. Wild Wolf now hated the landlord to the core. He had just lost 1 million yuan, so in the blink of an eye, he had lost another 20,000 yuan. Landlord Old Six was completely dumbfounded. The backer he found actually helped the other party haggle the price. He said with a bitter face, cousin, my house is worth more than 2,150,000 yuan. Wild Wolf cut another 50,000 yuan in the blink of an eye. Cousin, how can you do that? How can it be less? The landlord was suddenly stunned. 100,000 yuan. Wild Wolf said coldly. Landlord Old Six now understood what was going on. His cousin could not afford to offend the other party. He hurriedly cried, cousin, don't shout. Don't shout. I'll sell this house for 100,000 yuan. He felt that if he didn't sell it quickly, he would lose 100,000 yuan. Maybe he would have to give away a house for free and then compensate the other party. That's it. Dr. Qin bought your house. What are you waiting for? Wolf turned back and said to Qin Haodong, Dr. Qin, are you satisfied with the price? Qin Haodong patted him on the shoulder and said, not bad. You're very good at doing things. Sign the contract. Wang Rubing couldn't believe what she was seeing. Qin Haodong called her several times before she came to her senses and handed the contract over. Looking at the 100,000 yuan marked on the contract, the landlord's heart was bleeding. His hand holding the pen had been trembling, and he really couldn't bear to sign it. "What are you waiting for? Sign it quickly." Once Wild Wolf finished speaking, he pressed landlord Sixth's hand and wrote his name on it. After signing, the landlord's face was already full of tears. No one knew whether it was because he was beaten too hard or because he was distressed about the house. After Wang Rubing signed the contract, she transferred 100,000 yuan to the landlord. From now on, the house belonged to her. After the matter was done, Wolf said with a flattering face, "Dr. Qin, do you have any other orders? If not, I won't disturb your rest." Qin Haodong said, "That's all. You can go. Tell your cousin not to come here again. If I find him, he will bear the consequences. Dr. Qin, don't worry. If he dares to step into this room again, I will break his legs without you saying anything." After Wild Wolf finished speaking, he left with his gangsters and the landlord, Old Six. Wang Rubing looked at the contract in her hand and couldn't believe it was true. She actually spent 100,000 yuan to buy a house. "Xiaodong, thank you. Don't mention it. This house is a little small. You can live with it first. When you get married, I will give you a big one." Then Qin Haodong called Lin Momo and asked her property company to replace the door of Wang Rubing's room with an advanced anti-theft one. After everything was done, he drove back home. After parking the car, it was almost midnight. He opened the door and went upstairs. The whole building was quiet, without any movement. Where is Hu Shaoxian? Is she asleep or has she left? Qin Haodong began to walk upstairs while thinking. When he entered the living room, he saw no one. He glanced at the kitchen, but it was dark. He listened carefully, but there was still no movement. He came to Hu Xiaoxian's room quietly. The door was not locked. He slowly opened it and looked into the room. There was no one on the bed, and the quilt was neatly folded. Is she really gone? Qin Haodong reached for the light switch on the wall. He wanted to turn on the light to see the situation in the room. At this moment, his heart suddenly tightened. No, there was someone behind him. At this time, he appeared behind him silently. It was definitely not a good person, and he felt that this person was definitely a master. Thinking of this, Qin Haodong suddenly turned around and exerted his strength to hit behind him. He had used all his strength in this move, but the person behind him was really powerful. His hands easily resolved all the strength of his palms. But the strange thing was that this person did not take the opportunity to counterattack after resolving Qin Haodong's palm strength. Instead, he let Qin Haodong's hands press on his chest. Hey! It feels good. It's so elastic. This was Qin Haodong's first feeling. His hands happened to be pressed on the two peaks, and he couldn't help but pinch them. Little man, you are so bad. You are taking advantage of me. A coquettish voice came from the darkness. Qin Haodong realized that it was Hu Shaoxian who suddenly appeared behind him. Qin Haodong said discontentedly, "What are you doing? It's dark and you don't turn on the light. Why are you sneaking around? Don't you know that I'm scared to death?" Hu Shaoxian said, "Am I sneaking around or are you sneaking around? Why are you sneaking into my room?" Qin Haodong said awkwardly, "This is my house. Can't I just look around?" "Oh. The house is yours, but the place where your hand is pressing seems to be mine. Can you lower your hand to talk? It's so uncomfortable that it's neither up nor down." Only then did Qin Haodong realize that his hands were still pressed on Hu Xiaoxian's chest. He quickly withdrew his hands in embarrassment. He turned on the light and said, "It's so late. Why are you still up? How can I sleep when you haven't come back yet?" Hu Shaoxian said and took Qin Haodong's arm. "I was afraid that you would be hungry at night, so I made a lot of delicious food. How about you try it?" Qin Haodong asked, "You haven't had dinner yet, have you?" "Of course not. I was waiting for you to eat with me. In fact, you don't have to wait for me. Qin Haodong said so, but he was slightly moved in his heart. He had been wandering in the cultivation world for 500 years, and it was the first time that he had felt that someone was waiting for him at home. I made these dishes specially for you. How could I not wait for you? Hu Shaoxian said and took Qin Haodong to the kitchen. Soon, the 4 hot dishes in the pot were brought to the table. How about you try them? Hu Shaoxian looked at Qin Haodong and said. Her expression was charming, sexy, and a little naive. Qin Haodong picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of braised pork ribs and put it into his mouth. A strong fragrance instantly occupied his taste buds. It's delicious. It's really delicious. Qin Haodong picked up another piece and said, you should eat too. Hu Shaoxian moved a chair and sat next to Qin Haodong. She ate and picked up food for him. Qin Haodong felt a little strange, but he also enjoyed the feeling. He asked, don't you feel bored staying at home all day? Not at all. Hu Shaoxian said, I practice martial arts and cook at home. Time flies, especially in the evening. I'm so happy when I think I'm going to see you soon. Speaking of this, she held Qin Haodong's arm again and said with a happy face, I don't know if you have ever loved someone wholeheartedly. This feeling is really good. Although Qin Haodong was a little moved, he still said, in fact, we are really not suitable for each other. Hu Shaoxian said, I feel very good. No matter what, I will rely on you for the rest of my life. Qin Haodong really had no choice. After dinner, he went back to his room to rest. The next day, Qin Haodong sent the little fellow to kindergarten and then drove the Porsche 911 to Wang Rubing's downstairs. Today, he would send Wang Rubing to register and give her the car by the way. He parked the car in the parking lot and went upstairs to see Wang Rubing. When he opened the door, Wang Rubing was standing in front of the mirror in a black business suit. After seeing Qin Haodong, she asked, Xiaodong, what do you think? Is it appropriate for me to register in this suit? Not bad. Qin Haodong said, mature, capable, and intellectual beauty. I guess a lot of singles will not be able to sleep after you register. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go. With that, they went out of the door. Wang Rubing habitually took Qin Haodong's arm. As soon as they got downstairs, they saw a young man in his 20s. He was wearing a neat suit and looked very handsome. He was waiting at the elevator with a large bouquet of roses. Good morning, Rubing. These flowers are for you. The young man trotted to Wang Rubing, but suddenly saw Qin Haodong next to her. His face changed and he asked, Rubing, who is he? Qin Haodong smiled slightly. It seemed that his sister was really popular. She could meet pursuers every time. Zhang Hao, I've already told you that we are not suitable for each other. Please don't harass me anymore. Chapter 192. Zhang Hao caught up with her and asked, Rubing, you haven't told me who he is. Wang Rubing said coldly, what does it have to do with you? Then she pushed Zhang Hao away and continued to walk with Qin Haodong to the parking lot. Qin Haodong smiled and said, Little bean sprout, I didn't know that there were so many people chasing after you. Nonsense, I'm not a bean sprout now. Qin Haodong said, who is this man? Is he also a man with a family? No, his name is Zhang Hao. His family runs a private hospital. A few days ago, the sanitary bureau went to his hospital to check the work. He saw me and since then, he has been chasing after me. He sends me flowers every morning. It's annoying. Qin Haodong said, although he is not as handsome as me, he is still acceptable and his family is rich. Isn't he a typical tall, rich, and handsome man? Why don't you think about it? You can make your aunt happy if you take him back. Wang Rubing sighed and said, in fact, he is a good man. He is very sincere and treats me well. But what I can't accept is that everything is measured by money. He thinks that everything can be solved by money. It's too materialistic. Qin Haodong said, in fact, you can't blame him. Nowadays, many girls say that they would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. It's normal for him to think this way. Wang Rubing curled her lips and said, anyway, I can't accept it. Just then, Zhang Hao caught up with her again and stood in front of her. He said excitedly, Rubing, why did you refuse me? Is it because of this man? What's so good about him? Is he more handsome than me? Or is he richer than me? Wang Rubing said angrily, money. 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 Can you stop talking about money all day? Rubing, he is sincere to you if he is willing to spend money for you. Those who talk sweet words all day are deceiving gigolos. Don't be fooled. Zhang Hao threw the roses in his hand into the trash can next to him, then took out a brand new BMW car key from his pocket and said, Rubing, look, this is the latest BMW I bought for you. It cost me 700,000 yuan. Don't you believe in my love for you? After that, he pressed the car key, and a red BMW flashed a few times. Coincidentally, this car was parked next to Qin Haodong's Porsche 911. Wang Rubing was about to say something when Qin Haodong pulled her behind him. He came to Zhang Hao, took out the key, opened the Porsche 911 and said, Dude, this car is not too expensive, but I can buy 3 or 4 of your cars. What do you mean? Are you flaunting your wealth to me? Zhang Hao's face turned red. Hong said. Let me tell you, this car is a gift from me to my sister. If you want to pursue her, show some sincerity. Maybe other girls love money, but my sister doesn't. After that, Qin Haodong patted Zhang Hao on the shoulder, turned around, got in the Porsche 911, and drove away. Zhang Hao was stunned at first, but after a while, his face showed a burst of ecstasy. It turned out that this man was not a rival in love, but Wang Rubing's brother. Then he thought of what Qin Haodong had just said, and seemed to understand something. It seemed that he had gone the wrong way before. After dealing with Wang Rubing's affairs, Qin Haodong took a taxi to Lin's group. Soon after he got in the elevator, the door opened, and Lin Momo came in from outside. What are you doing? Why are you alone? Where are Saber and others? Qin Haodong asked. Although the problem of Lin Pingchao had been solved, there might be another killer, so Qin Haodong was still very worried about Lin Momo's safety. It's okay, I'm just walking around the group alone, not going out. Lin Momo said, recently there have been a lot of changes in the group. I'm going to have a look at some departments, and it's time to move some people. Qin Haodong immediately understood. In the past, Lin Zhigao and Lin Pingchao had placed a lot of cronies in the group. These people not only did not work hard, but also created a lot of obstacles. Now Lin Pingchao was dead, and Lin Zhigao had become a fool and completely quit the management of the group. Naturally, Lin Momo had to clean up those guys who did not work. Today, she tied her hair into a ponytail and wore only a black ordinary dress, looking like a female college student who had just graduated. Although she was still beautiful and charming, she had completely restrained the temperament of a female president. It was clear that she was going to visit incognito. Qin Haodong said, I'll go with you. Well, okay. Now that their relationship was known by the whole group, Lin Momo did not have to avoid anything. They went out of the elevator together and walked hand in hand to the marketing department. Lin Momo said, I recently looked at the report of the marketing department. The overall situation is good, but there are also some bad situations. Some people don't even have a list, and I don't know what they are doing. While talking, they walked into the lobby of the marketing department together. After entering the door, they saw many employees busy nervously. The old employees who knew Lin Momo saluted and said hello, and then went on with their work. After looking around, the overall situation was good, and Lin Momo was satisfied. But at this moment, there was a sound of music in the corner. Qin Haodong and Lin Momo looked in the direction of the sound and saw a male employee in the costume of Lin's group sitting at his desk. His legs were exaggeratedly on the desk. A video software was playing on the desk, and a coquettish woman was stroking her hair and singing coquettishly. Lin Momo's face instantly turned cold when she saw that he was watching the live broadcast during working hours. She and Qin Haodong walked to the desk at the same time. Many people saw this situation, but no one said anything to warn the employee. Many people even showed a look of schadenfreude on their faces. It could be seen that the employee's popularity was not very good. When they came to the man, Qin Haodong was slightly stunned. The man who was watching the video arrogantly turned out to be the grandson of his grandfather, Li Qingtian, and the son of Li Kai, Li Donghai. When he went home last time, he heard from Li Kai that Li Donghai had found a job in Jiangnan City after graduating from college. He didn't expect that Li Donghai had entered Lin's group. At the same time, Li Donghai also saw Qin Haodong. His relaxed expression suddenly changed, and he said with a cold face, "Why are you here? Why are you here?" Li Donghai had been bullying Qin Haodong since he was a child, relying on the love of Li Kai and his wife. He called Qin Haodong a wild child all day long. Naturally, Qin Haodong didn't like him at all. He sneered and said, "You can come here, why can't I? You. Can you compare with me? Who am I? Who are you?" "I'm a formal employee of Lin's group," Li Donghai said and pointed to the employee card on his chest. He looked very proud. He had a sense of superiority in front of Qin Haodong since he was a child, and it was the same now. At this time, he saw Lin Momo next to Qin Haodong. His pupils suddenly shrank. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Even the female stars on TV were not so beautiful. This guy had not been in Lin's group for a long time, and he didn't do proper work all day, so he didn't know Lin Momo. He took his legs off the table and said to Qin Haodong, "I heard from my father that you went back to cheat my grandfather's house a few days ago, and now you've cheated such a beautiful woman. You're really something. You can cheat anything." Lin Momo didn't rush to speak when she saw that Li Donghai knew Qin Haodong. Now that he was insulting Qin Haodong, she said unhappily, "Can you have some manners? I'm Haodong's girlfriend. How can you say I cheated? His girlfriend?" A strong sense of jealousy flashed in Li Donghai's eyes. He had looked down on Qin Haodong ever since he was a child. Qin Haodong was an orphan, and he had to show his superiority in everything. But now, Qin Haodong had found such a beautiful girlfriend, and he had to rely on an old woman to make a living. The sharp contrast made him feel very uncomfortable. He looked at Lin Momo and said harshly, "What girlfriend? I think she's a girl from a karaoke bar. She's had enough of playing with men outside and wants to change. That's why she found such a poor boy to take over her." After that, the whole hall of the marketing department of Lin's group suddenly became quiet. No one spoke, no one moved. Some people even slowed down the rhythm of their breathing. Li Donghai didn't realize these changes. He had to admit that jealousy was a terrible emotion. Many times it could make people lose control of their emotions. He was in such a situation now. He instinctively thought that Qin Haodong and Lin Momo were definitely not from Lin's group, because they didn't wear employee cards on their chests. Since they were not from Lin's group, it was not a big problem to say a few sarcastic words. He had seen it carefully enough, but he didn't know that there were two people in the whole Lin's group who didn't wear employee cards. One was Lin Momo, and the other was Qin Haodong. Lin Momo was the president of the group, needless to say, and Qin Haodong was Lin Momo's public boyfriend. Even the major shareholder, Zhao Zhongchen, was beaten by him. He was definitely a transcendent existence in the group, and no one dared to check his employee card. Li Donghai didn't think much of it, but the other employees were cursing in their hearts. This newcomer could do whatever he wanted just because he had a little background in Lin's group. On weekdays, when others were working, he sat there playing games and watching live broadcasts. That was okay. But today, this idiot said in public that his president was a good girl. It was simply the rhythm of death. Qin Haodong almost spat. Although he knew that Li Donghai was a little stupid, he didn't expect that he was so stupid. To this extent, he was simply a fighting idiot. Lin Momo's face suddenly became gloomy. She looked at Li Donghai coldly and said, "What did you just say? Say it again." At this time, Chao Yang, the head of the marketing department, heard the news and hurried over. He happened to hear what Li Donghai had just said. Now seeing this scene, he stood aside and didn't dare to say anything. Lin Momo had always been known for being cold and domineering. He couldn't think of any reason for this stupid guy to continue to survive in the group. When everyone was mourning for Li Donghai, he said something shocking. "What's wrong? Are you still not convinced? I've seen a lot of women like you. Even if you are a good girl, I can see it. Don't pretend in front of me." In fact, Li Donghai was a college graduate. He was not as stupid as he was now. Today, seeing that Qin Haodong had such a beautiful girlfriend, he was burning with jealousy, so he desperately slandered Lin Momo. Chao Yang had covered his eyes with his hands. It was the first time for him to see such a stupid trick. Qin Haodong glanced at Li Donghai and said with pity, "Go quickly. Don't be stupid here." Chapter 193. Some of the employees were ready to collect Li Donghai's body. He would never know how he died if he treated the president as a prostitute. In the whole Lin's group, the most qualified person to fire Li Donghai was the president, Lin Momo. Qin Haodong looked at Dumbass, who didn't know he was going to die, with a complicated expression. Although he didn't like this guy at all, he couldn't drive him out of Lin's group directly because his grandfather Li Qingshan was there. But Li Donghai provoked Lin Momo in all kinds of ways before he did anything. Qin Haodong couldn't blame him. After all, he wasn't in the mood to help him. "I don't have the right to fire you, but my girlfriend can." Qin Haodong stepped aside after saying that. It was obvious that he wanted Lin Momo to handle it. Lin Momo understood what Qin Haodong meant. She didn't have any scruples anymore. She said to Li Donghai, "How did you get into Lin's group? Why are you sitting here and watching the live broadcast when others are working? I can come in however I like and do whatever I like. What does it have to do with you?" Li Donghai said proudly, "But you, this is the sales department of Lin's group. I advise you to get out of here. You don't even have an employee card. Why are you yelling at me?" This guy must have been kicked in the head by many donkeys. How could he ask the president to get out? Many employees were devastated. Lin Momo looked back and saw Chao Yang, the director of the sales department. She asked, "Director Chao, who hired him?" It was Guo Xiaomei, the deputy director of the human resources department. She told him in person. Chao Yang was also helpless. Guo Xiaomei was the deputy director of the human resources department. He couldn't afford to offend this department. She was also the lover of Zhao Zhongqin, the major shareholder. Therefore, he had to show some respect to Li Donghai. He was not as strict as he was with other employees. He could do whatever he wanted. But he never dreamed that Li Donghai, the pig, would run into Lin Momo and treat the president as a prostitute. If he had known that, he would rather offend Guo Xiaomei than let the pig stay. However, Li Donghai's stupidity was far beyond his imagination. He said to Lin Momo with a proud face, "See. I have a backer. If you dump Qin Haodong and follow me, I can find a way to let you enter Lin's group." Lin Momo ignored him and said to Chao Yang with a sullen face, "Tell Guo Xiaomei to run to the marketing department. Chao Yang answered and took out his phone to call Guo Xiaomei. Who are you? Do you know who Guo Xiaomei is? You even asked me to run down here. Aren't you afraid of being slapped by the wind? She is the deputy director of the Human Resources Department of Lin's group. If you want to enter Lin's group, you must get her permission. While Li Donghai was talking, Guo Xiaomei rushed in from outside. She was in such a hurry that she lost one of her high heels. She took off the other one and held it in her hand. She ran into the marketing department barefoot. When she arrived in front of Lin Momo, she was out of breath. The two peaks on her chest, which were stuffed with silicone gel, were moving up and down violently. Just now, Chao Yang had briefly explained the situation on the phone. She also knew that they were in big trouble today, so she ran over desperately, hoping that there was room for redemption. Guo Xiaomei, did you recruit this person? Lin Momo asked in a cold voice. But before Guo Xiaomei could speak, Li Donghai interrupted, how can you talk to our Xiaomei like that? I told you that she is the deputy director of the Human Resources Department. She has a lot of power. Be polite. It turned out that this guy still didn't understand the situation. Guo Xiaomei was panting. She almost passed out after hearing the idiot's words. She shouted, shut up. Qin Haodong shook his head secretly. He thought to himself that Li Donghai would die of stupidity in the future. He was really hopeless. Guo Xiaomei said to Lin Momo awkwardly, President. President, I recruited her. Xiaomei, why are you so afraid of her? She's just a... Li Donghai suddenly came to his senses and exclaimed, what? President? Just a young lady who turned over a new leaf. Lin Momo said coldly. Guo Xiaomei almost banged her head against the wall. What the hell did he say? After the downfall of Lin Zhigao and his son, her position in Lin's group was not as good as before. Although she still had Zhao Zhongqin's protection, it was not enough to fight against Lin Momo's authority. She was worried that Lin Momo would take the opportunity to kick her out. Who knew that Li Donghai, the idiot, had caused such a big trouble? She was thinking fast. It seemed that Li Donghai would be kicked out of Lin's group. What she needed to do was to disassociate herself from this idiot. Li Donghai was completely dumbfounded. He was not as arrogant as before. He looked dull. How could this woman be the president? How could Qin Haodong find the president as his girlfriend? Xiaomei, are you mistaken? How could she be the president? She doesn't have an employee card. I told you to shut up. Have you ever seen a president with an employee card? Guo Xiaomei wanted to strangle Li Donghai. She was about to disassociate herself from him, but he kept calling her Xiaomei. Wasn't it obvious that he was setting his teammate up? Now, Li Donghai knew that he was in big trouble, and it was a huge one at that. He hated his colleagues. Why didn't they tell him that the president was here? He didn't know that he had offended so many people because of his arrogance. Qin Haodong smiled and said, Deputy Minister Guo, you're so awesome. You've recruited such a great talent for our company. Seeing Qin Haodong was adding insult to injury, Guo Xiaomei was helpless. She had listened to Lin Pingchao and provoked Qin Haodong some time ago. Lin Momo said coldly, Guo Xiaomei, you have to give me an explanation for this. At this moment, her voice was filled with anger. Guo Xiaomei said quickly, President, I don't know Li Donghai very well. I just saw that his college resume was good. He did well in school. I think he is a talent and has a lot of room for improvement in the future. So I recruited him. After trying her best to come up with this excuse, she was already sweating profusely. Qin Haodong sneered and said, Are you telling the truth? Yes. It's true. She thought that Lin Momo wouldn't check Li Donghai's file as the president, but she didn't expect that Qin Haodong knew Li Donghai's background very well. Qin Haodong said, but as far as I know, Li Donghai failed 6 subjects in 4 years in college. He was almost expelled because he flirted with a girl. I don't know what you mean by good performance. Why do you think he is a talent? Well, it's not in the file. Maybe his file is fake. Guo Xiaomei said, I really wanted to recruit talents for the group, but I didn't expect Li Donghai to be so bad. He not only didn't make progress, but also publicly insulted the president, which seriously damaged the company's image. It's my fault that I didn't know him well enough. I'll kick him out right now and do a deep examination. It had to be said that Guo Xiaomei was a talented actress. She spoke with a bitter face, as if she had really realized her mistake. She thought that Li Donghai would definitely leave Lin's group. She should save herself first. But she thought so. Li Donghai was not happy. He shouted, Guo Xiaomei, you're talking nonsense. Guo Xiaomei was afraid that her stupid teammate would say something bad again. She hurriedly shouted, you have no right to speak here. Shut up. Li Donghai shouted, bitch, are you going to burn the bridge after crossing it? I've already said that I'll go with you. Bedsheet, you transferred me to Lin's group. Now I've served you well, and you want to kick me out. Don't you have any conscience? You. Bullshit. Guo Xiaomei's face was red. She didn't expect that Li Donghai would say such a thing in public. She had always slept with old men, so she wanted to have a taste of a young one. She met Li Donghai in a bar by chance. They hit it off and reached an agreement. Guo Xiaomei would help Li Donghai enter Lin's group, and Li Donghai would sleep with Guo Xiaomei. Qin Haodong looked at Li Donghai and felt it was funny. This guy was tall and a little handsome. He was really a good material to be a prostitute. Li Donghai shouted relentlessly, how can I do that? Bullshit. I wouldn't sleep with an old woman like you if I didn't want to enter Lin's group. You think I can't see that your breasts are plump? You're all fake. You had a good time when you were an old cow eating young grass. Now you want to kick me out? No way. Seeing everyone's eyes were on her, Guo Xiaomei hurriedly shouted, don't slander me. There's no such thing. She then said to Lin Momo, President, I really don't know him. Don't listen to his nonsense. Seeing Guo Xiaomei wouldn't admit it, Li Donghai became anxious. He took out his phone from his pocket and shouted, since you're so cruel, don't blame me. After that, he clicked on an audio file and heard a woman's voice on the phone, don't worry. I'm the Deputy Minister of the Human Resources Department of Lin's group. As long as you serve me well, it won't be a problem to transfer you there. And your monthly salary will not be less than 8,000 yuan. Everyone could tell that it was Guo Xiaomei who spoke. Li Donghai shouted, how about it? Do you admit it or not? If you don't, I have many nude photos of you in bed on my phone. Do you want to show them to everyone? Guo Xiaomei didn't expect Li Donghai to have so many backup plans. She suddenly became angry and cursed, bastard, how dare you set me up. Then she rushed to Li Donghai, scratching and biting. Her sharp nails left bloody marks on Li Donghai's face. Li Donghai didn't hesitate to grab Guo Xiaomei's hair, punching and kicking her. They used to be a good couple in bed. In the blink of an eye, they became enemies. Enough, all of you stop. Lin Momo shouted angrily. The security guards immediately separated the two who were fighting together. President, Guo Xiaomei, whose hair was messy, wanted to say something more, but she couldn't find any reason to defend herself now. With Li Donghai's recording, it was useless for her to say anything. Qin Haodong said, what else do you want to say? Lin's group is a company, not a place for you to raise ducks. Chapter 194. Li Donghai yelled, no, you can't fire me. He knew very well what kind of person he was. When he was in college, he almost didn't go to class. He ate, drank, gambled, and flirted with girls all day. He had been punished many times by the school. It was lucky that he hadn't been fired. All these were clearly written in his file. Because of this, he had never found a job after graduation. Now he finally got into Lin's group, where he could eat, drink, work, and make money. How could he be willing to leave? Lin Momo said coldly, "Give me a reason not to fire you. We're relatives. You're Haodong's girlfriend, and I'm his brother. So you can't fire me." Then he squeezed out a flattering smile to Qin Haodong. But his face was scratched by Guo Xiaomei, and it looked a little funny. "Haodong, I'm your brother. Don't forget you grew up in our family. Now you have a girlfriend who's the president. Say something for your brother. You're my brother." Qin Haodong sneered and said, "If I remember correctly, this is the first time you've said you're my brother since you were a kid. Since the day I met you, you've been calling me a bastard. You beat me, scold me, and steal my things. Why do you think you're my brother now?" Li Donghai said embarrassedly, "That's because I was a kid. As long as you say something for me today, you'll be my brother and I'll be your brother." Qin Haodong knew what kind of person he was. If he kept this guy in Lin's group, he wouldn't be able to do anything because of his relationship with Qin Haodong. Qin Haodong said, "Li Donghai, don't be like that. Leave now. Don't get yourself into trouble. Haodong, I was wrong before. You have to help me for the sake of my grandparents. I didn't kick you out for the sake of my grandparents. But now you're asking for it. Who can you blame?" Seeing that Qin Haodong didn't buy it, Li Donghai suddenly turned hostile and yelled, "Qin Haodong, you ungrateful bastard. Don't forget it's our family who raised you." Seeing this guy reveal his true colors, Qin Haodong said coldly, "Who raised me has nothing to do with you. Get out of here." After that, he waved his hand, and two security guards immediately came over to grab Li Donghai and drag him out. Seeing that Li Donghai was beaten up, Guo Xiaomei came to Lin Momo and begged, "President, please give me a chance. I know I was wrong this time. I won't do it again." Lin Momo said, "Guo Xiaomei, don't think I don't know what you've done in the group. You're not qualified to ask me for a chance." This, Guo Xiaomei didn't know what to say. She kept looking at the door. She had called Zhao Zhongchen before she came here. She thought the old man was too slow. Why didn't he come? Fortunately, at this time, the door opened and Zhao Zhongchen hurried in from outside. When Guo Xiaomei saw Zhao Zhongchen, she acted like she saw her family. She grabbed his arm and pressed her chest against him. She said in a sweet voice, "Godfather, please help me. The president is going to fire me. Don't worry. I'll talk to the president." Zhao Zhongchen walked to Lin Momo and asked, "President, what the hell is going on? Xiaomei is doing a good job. Why is she fired?" "Old man Zhao, let me tell you. You're not a cuckold anymore. You're almost the Hulk." Qin Haodong put his arm around Zhao Zhongchen's shoulder and told him briefly about Guo Xiaomei and Li Donghai. Zhao Zhongchen was furious. Although Guo Xiaomei was his lover, not his wife, he couldn't tolerate Guo Xiaomei keeping ducks outside. "Bitch, look what you've done. How dare you come to me? Get out of the group now. Don't let me see you again." After that, Zhao Zhongchen turned around and left angrily. Guo Xiaomei ran over and grabbed his arm again. She wanted to put her fake breasts on him again, but Zhao Zhongchen slapped her to the ground. Then he pushed the door and left the marketing department. "Bastard, it's all your fault. You ruined me." After Guo Xiaomei got up from the ground, she vented all her anger on Qin Haodong. Qin Haodong sneered and said, "You made your own way. You can't blame anyone else. Get out of here. It's not that easy to drive me away." Guo Xiaomei saw it was irreversible. She put her hands on her hips and suddenly showed the image of a shrew. She pointed at Qin Haodong and Lin Momo and shouted, "I'm also a gangster. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Let me tell you, my cousin is a gangster. He has thousands of brothers. It's fine if you let me be the Minister of Human Resources. But if my cousin comes, he'll tear down Lin's group." Qin Haodong shook his head secretly. Big breasts and no brains were really a famous saying. Even the fake breasts were brainless. Guo Xiaomei hadn't figured out the strength of Lin's group for so long. She used a gangster to threaten the top financial group in the city and wanted to be the Minister of Human Resources. He really didn't know what she was thinking. Was she thinking with her heels? He said, "Well, call your cousin here. I'd like to see how he'll tear down Lin's group. You won't give up until you see the coffin. You'll regret it when my cousin comes." After that, she took out her mobile phone and ran to the side to make a call. Lin Momo said to Qin Haodong, "Is it necessary? Just drive her out." Qin Haodong said, "I'll deal with it. It's better to solve all the trouble at once, in case she sends gangsters to harass us later." Not long after, there was a commotion outside the marketing department. A group of gangsters in colorful clothes rushed in with steel pipes and knives in their hands. They looked fierce. Because the marketing department was open to the public, they didn't encounter any obstacles along the way and rushed in directly. The leader of the gangsters had a huge wolf head tattoo on his chest. It was Wild Wolf, an old acquaintance. Wild Wolf was very depressed when he went back yesterday. He wanted to help Lao Lu and make some extra money, but he didn't expect to lose 1 million. He just got a call from Guo Xiaomei, so he was refreshed. He had to make a lot of money today to make up for the loss last night. So he immediately rushed in with his men. His impression of the security department of Lin's group was still the same as before, so he didn't take the security here seriously. After entering the door, he waved the steel pipe in his hand and smashed a few cups. He shouted arrogantly, "Who the F***k dared to bully my cousin? Come out now. Cousin, you're here. You have to do it for me." Guo Xiaomei immediately threw herself into Wild Wolf's arms, lying in his arms, showing a wronged look. "Xiaomei, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you." Wild Wolf patted Guo Xiaomei on the shoulder and said, "Tell me who bullied you, I'll go and break his legs now." "It's him, that toy boy," Guo Xiaomei said and pointed to Qin Haodong. There were a lot of people in the hall of the marketing department, so Wild Wolf saw Qin Haodong. His legs suddenly became weak, and he almost knelt on the ground. He complained in his heart. He was so ***king unlucky. He had just been blackmailed 1 million yesterday. Why did he run into this guy again today? Guo Xiaomei saw Wild Wolf didn't move, so she shouted, "Cousin, this is the guy who bullied me. Break his legs for me." "Fuck you, you bitch." Wild Wolf kicked Guo Xiaomei's belly, and she fell to the ground. Guo Xiaomei didn't react for a moment. She cried on the ground, "Cousin, why did you hit me? You hit the wrong guy. That's exactly what I want to hit you, you bastard." Wild Wolf kicked Guo Xiaomei hard a few more times, and then came to Qin Haodong with a big smile on his face. He said respectfully, "Dr. Qin, sorry to bother you again." "Wild Wolf, it's fate that we meet again so soon." Qin Haodong patted Wild Wolf's shoulder and said with a playful face, "You have a lot of cousins. Are you a cousin specialist?" Wild Wolf said embarrassedly, "Dr. Qin, this stupid woman offended you. I'll teach her a lesson when I get back. I promise she won't dare to trouble you again." Qin Haodong said, "Since we are all acquaintances, it's easy to deal with it. Dr. Qin is right. We are all acquaintances. If there's nothing else, I'll take her back." Wild Wolf was about to leave with Guo Xiaomei after he said that. He couldn't wait to leave as soon as possible. If there was anyone in the world he didn't want to see, Qin Haodong was definitely the first. "Wait a minute. Before he could take 2 steps, Qin Haodong stopped him. "Dr. Qin, what else can I do for you?" Wild Wolf said with a flattering face. "I just said it's easy to deal with acquaintances, and we don't need to fight. But I didn't say we won't deal with them." Wild Wolf said, "Dr. Qin, what do you want to do? As long as you say the word, I'll break this woman's legs for you right now." Guo Xiaomei trembled with fear. She knew Wild Wolf was cruel and merciless, and he would do what he said. But she didn't expect that the helper she found would become someone else's fighter in a twinkling of an eye. "We are all civilized people. Don't fight like this. Besides, she is just a woman. It's over. I don't want to pursue it anymore. Dr. Qin is so generous." Wild Wolf said flatteringly. "Even if it's over, you just came in and smashed the things of Lin's group. You have to pay for it, right?" Wild Wolf's heart skipped a beat. What he worried about had happened. It seemed that he would be blackmailed. He hoped this man wouldn't be as cruel as yesterday. He knew he was going to bleed today. He said helplessly, "Dr. Qin, how much do you need?" "Not too much. According to yesterday's standard, you can give me 1 million. 1 million. Wild Wolf cried in his heart. Even if he changed these cups into gold, it wouldn't cost 1 million. He said with a bitter face, "Dr. Qin, we are old acquaintances. I just smashed a few cups. I'll change them into crystal ones for you. Is that okay?" Qin Haodong said, "The cups are not much, just 100 yuan. The important thing is that the reputation of Lin's group has been damaged too much. Think about it. It won't be good if it's said that Lin's group was smashed by you. Dr. Qin, how about you beat me to make up for the reputation of Lin's group?" Wild Wolf was really distressed. Although he had some savings over the years, it was only a few million. He couldn't afford to lose 1 million. Chapter 195. P. Wild Wolf wanted to disagree, but he could do nothing about it. Regardless of whether it was his status or his martial prowess, he was completely suppressed by the other party. He could not resist at all. He had no choice but to take the bank card from Qin Haodong. He took out his phone and transferred 1 million yuan to Qin Haodong. Qin Haodong took back the bank card and said with a smile, "It was a pleasure working with you. I hope you can come to me again in the future." P. Wolf's chest was hot and he almost spat out blood. "Pleasure working with you? My heart is bleeding." At this time, his chest was filled with anger. He pointed at Guo Xiaomei, who was confused, and shouted to his men, "Take this bitch away." It was all because of Guo Xiaomei. He was not willing to lose 1 million yuan. "We have to squeeze money out of this woman." Of course, Qin Haodong wouldn't stop her. A woman like Guo Xiaomei deserved to die. It had nothing to do with him. When these gangsters left, the staff of the marketing department looked at Qin Haodong with admiration and awe. Others would inevitably be blackmailed when encountering gangsters, but Qin Haodong had extorted 1 million yuan from them. The gap between people was too big. No wonder he could become the son-in-law of Lin's group and get the goddess. He really had the ability. Lin Momo and Qin Haodong went back to the president's office. She asked, "What's the matter with Li Donghai?" Qin Haodong briefly told the story of Li Donghai and his father, Li Kai. Finally, he said, "Spoiling a child is like killing a child. Li Donghai has been spoiled by his parents since he was a child. As a result, he has become like this. He has just graduated from college and he has learned to be a gigolo." Lin Momo also sighed and said, "I didn't expect Grandpa and Grandma to have such a grandson. I can't help it. The 9 sons of a dragon are all different." Qin Haodong didn't want to talk about Li Donghai anymore, so he said to Lin Momo, "There's something I haven't told you yet. Tonight is the concert of the superstar Ouyang Shanshan in Jiangnan City. She invited me to sing with her. I agreed. This is a good thing. Children should participate in more activities, it is good for her growth, and to be able to sing with Ouyang Shanshan on the same stage is something worth remembering for a lifetime. P. Lin Momo said, but I have too many things to do recently. After Lin Zhigao and Lin Pingchao left, a lot of things in the group need to be reorganized. I have to work overtime tonight, so I can't go to see the little fellow's performance. P. It doesn't matter. You go on with your work. I'll go. P. Qin Haodong understood Lin Momo very well. It was not easy for a woman to control such a large group. P. Haodong, thank you for doing so much for us. P. Lin Momo looked at Qin Haodong affectionately. She knew very well that Ouyang Shanshan could invite Tang Tang to the concert because of Qin Haodong. P. Why are you being so polite with me again? Do you think I'm an outsider? P. Qin Haodong raised his hand and placed it on Lin Momo's plump. He slapped his crotch. P. Ah. As a cold female president, Lin Momo had never been spanked like this. At the same time, it gave her an experience that she had never had before. She felt sore, hot, and a strange feeling came from her buttocks. P. Her cheeks were red. She stared at Qin Haodong with her charming eyes and said, how can you be like this? P. Although she was complaining, her voice was so coquettish that it seemed like water was about to drip out. P. Qin Haodong suddenly felt itchy in his heart. He said with a smirk, does it hurt? Let me rub it for you. P. Lin Momo hurriedly said, don't mess around. This is the company. P. What are you afraid of? Now the whole group knows that I'm the son-in-law of the group. It's natural for the son-in-law to be intimate with the girl. P. Then he stretched out his two big hands, like a big bad wolf pouncing on a little sheep. But at this moment, the phone in his pocket rang. P. Who is it? So disappointing. Qin Haodong muttered, but he still reached for the phone. He glanced at the caller ID and found it was Long Haisheng. P. After the phone was connected, Long Haisheng said politely, Dr. Qin, last time you said that you needed to treat Xiaobao again. Do you have time today? P.O. Qin Haodong had been so busy recently that he forgot about Long Xiaobao. He said, don't worry, I'll be there right away. P. Well, I'll wait for you at home. P. Long Haisheng said and hung up the phone. P. Go ahead. I'll go to see a patient first, and then go directly to the concert venue. I won't come back. Qin Haodong said and kissed Lin Momo's forehead gently. Take care of yourself. Don't be too tired. P. After leaving Lin's group, he came to Long Haisheng's home. P. Seeing Qin Haodong enter the door, Long Haisheng and his wife greeted him from afar. Long Xiaobao skipped and ran in front of them. His face had regained a healthy color, and an inch of black hair had grown on his head. If he didn't say it out loud, no one would be able to tell that he used to be a child with leukemia. P. Hello, Uncle Qin. P. Long Xiaobao was a little older than Tang Tang. He knew that Qin Haodong had saved his life, so he was very close to him. P. Qin Haodong patted his head and said, you're recovering well. P. After entering the room, Qin Haodong took out the silver needles and gave Long Xiaobao the last treatment. After the treatment, he felt the pulse again and said, Xiaobao has basically recovered. There is no difference between him and a normal child in the future. Let him go to school. P. Dr. Qin, thank you so much. You will be my brother in the future. P. Yes, Dr. Qin, you are the great benefactor of our Long family. P. Women were strange creatures. Since Long Xiaobao's illness recovered, Chao Ting had become a gentle and kind woman again. She was no longer the shrew she used to be. P. Long Xiaobao jumped out of bed and said, Uncle Qin, why didn't Sister Tang Tang come to play with me? P. Chao Ting also said, yes, why didn't Tang Tang come? Now Xiaobao wants to play with Sister Tang all day. P. Qin Haodong said, Tang Tang has something to do. She will hold a concert with Ouyang Shanshan in the evening. She is rehearsing now. P. Sister Tang Tang is going to sing. I want to see it. I want to see it. Long Xiaobao immediately jumped and shouted. It's amazing that she can sing with the big star Ouyang Shanshan. Chao Ting turned to Long Haisheng and said, let's go to the concert together. Well, we must go to Tang Tang's concert. Long Haisheng said to Qin Haodong, Dr. Qin, let's go together. Qin Haodong said, our security company is responsible for the security of Ouyang Shanshan's concert this time, so I have something to do. See you tonight. Then he left Long Haisheng's house and drove to Daddy's security company. When he arrived at the company's yard, Zhang Tiniu had gathered all the company's security guards on the training ground. Today was different from the past. Everyone wore the special uniforms of Daddy's security company, with a specially designed logo on their chest. The company's security guards used to be excellent soldiers. After putting on the uniforms, a murderous aura suddenly filled the whole place, which was no less than that of regular soldiers. Nalan Wushuang wore a pure black vest with a unique low neckline that generously showed her beautiful cleavage line. She wore a pleated gauze skirt and a pair of white-pink shoes on her feet. Chi Wan was wearing a t-shirt with a suspender dress. The slim style perfectly showed her curvy figure and outlined her beautiful figure, which made her look very feminine. Two well-dressed women stood in front of many security guards, forming a sharp contrast, looking particularly beautiful and dazzling. Qin Haodong parked the car and stepped into the training ground. He nodded with satisfaction and said, not bad indeed. Nalan Wushuang looked at him and said, why are you so late? Everyone is waiting for you. Qin Haodong said, it's not too late. Why not? We are responsible for the safety of the whole venue, so we have to intervene in advance. Nalan Wushuang threw a new security guard uniform to Qin Haodong and said, put this on quickly, and then let's go. Do I still need to wear this? Qin Haodong said. Why not? Now we are short of manpower, and even half of the security guards responsible for Miss Lin's safety have come back. So now you are no longer the boss, but a security guard, and you have to listen to my command. Today is the first large-scale activity of our Daddy Security Company, and Ouyang Shanshan's concert is also the best promotion for us, so we must not make any mistakes. Then why don't you wear the security guard uniform and dress so beautifully? Qin Haodong said discontentedly. Of course we are different from you. You men are responsible for safety, and we women are responsible for beauty. Sister Weiner and I represent the image of our Daddy Security Company. Well, I'll wear it. Qin Haodong opened the package and put on the security guard uniform. After everything was ready, the people of Daddy Security Company came to the Jiangnan City Stadium, which was a large stadium with a capacity of more than 10,000 people. According to Ouyang Shanshan's influence, it would be full tonight, so the organizer had to invest a lot of security forces. Zhang Tiniu was better at organizing security, so Qin Haodong left all the work to him. He sneaked to the backstage and saw the little fellow and Ouyang Shanshan seriously training together. In order not to disturb the little fellow, he left after watching for a while. After walking around the stadium and familiarizing himself with the situation, he came to the entrance of the concert. The pressure at the entrance of all large-scale activities was the greatest. Zhang Tiniu personally guarded here with more than a dozen elite security guards, including whip and sword, who were taken back from Lin Momo. The time of the concert was getting closer and closer. The entrance had begun to allow the audience to enter with tickets. However, because of the hot weather, there were not many people at the beginning. Uncle Qin, you are so handsome. With a childish cry, Long Haisheng and his wife came to the entrance with Long Xiaobao in their arms, followed by Dafei and 7 or 8 bodyguards. Yes, I am handsome, so I look handsome in everything. Qin Haodong smiled and pinched Long Xiaobao's face. Long Haisheng said, Brother Qin, why are you here in person as the boss? Qin Haodong said with a smile, I have no choice. There are not enough people. Long Xiaobao said, Uncle Qin, where is Tang Tang? Why don't I see her? Qin Haodong said, Tang Tang is training. She will perform on the stage in a while. You will see her later. Pat. This time, a young couple in their 20s came over. The girl had long hair and was holding a large bucket of popcorn in her hand. P. The girl exclaimed when she saw Long Xiaobao, "What a cute baby, P. Little brother, this bucket of popcorn is for you, okay?" The girl gave the bucket of popcorn to Long Xiaobao and Zhu Linlin. P. Chapter 196. Because of Long Xiaobao's health, Chao Ting had never allowed him to eat junk food. She said politely when the girl brought the popcorn, "Thank you, but we can't take it." "You're welcome. It's just a bucket of popcorn. Save it for the children." As the woman spoke, she took another step forward and handed over the popcorn again. "Thank you, but we really can't take it." Chao Ting refused and said to Long Xiaobao, "Thank you, sister." "Thank you, sister, but I don't want it." Long Xiaobao said obediently. "Little brother, take it. The popcorn is delicious." After saying that, the girl suddenly shook her wrist, and the bucket of popcorn in her hand smashed toward Zhu Linlin and Long Xiaobao's faces. Then, the hand she had hidden under the popcorn popped out, and in it was a bright dagger. Just when Chao Ting and Long Xiaobao were at a loss and didn't understand what was going on, the dagger in the girl's hand had slid quickly to Long Xiaobao's neck. This move was fast and ruthless. Long Xiaobao was about to lose his life. Chao Ting was just an ordinary woman. She was completely scared at this time, standing there like a clay statue. It was too late for Dafei and his bodyguards to find the abnormality here. It was too late for them to come to the rescue. They could only watch helplessly. At this moment, a big hand suddenly appeared out of thin air and grabbed the female killer's wrist. The tip of the dagger was tightly attached to Long Xiaobao's throat. But no matter how hard the female killer tried, the dagger in her hand could not move a little bit. It was Qin Haodong who did it. He would not be polite to such a person who attacked children. He slightly exerted force in his hand, and a sound of bones cracking was heard. The bones of the female killer's right hand were crushed by him, and the dagger fell to the ground with a clang. Seeing that the female killer was subdued, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, the man who had been silent behind the female killer moved again. When everyone's attention was shifted to Long Xiaobao, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed a black pistol in his hand at Long Haisheng's face. Obviously, this was a pair of killers. Long Haisheng was their ultimate target, and the assassination of Long Xiaobao was just to divert everyone's attention. In fact, this move was very effective. Dafei and his bodyguards were clustered around Long Haisheng. But at the moment when Long Xiaobao was in danger, everyone moved to Chao Ting's side, and the defense around Long Haisheng became empty. The young man's old-fashioned face showed a trace of cruelty. His finger moved and was about to pull the trigger, but at this moment, a long black whip swept over like a snake. The pistol fired, but it was also swept into the air by the long whip, and the bullet flew to who knows where. Before the young man could react, Sharp Sword chopped his neck with a knife, and knocked him to the ground. Whip and sword had been guarding Qin Haodong. Both of them were experienced mercenaries. When the female killer attacked, they immediately turned their attention to the man and saved Long Haisheng in time. Whip and Sharp Sword had been guarding Qin Haodong. Both of them were very experienced mercenaries. When the female killer attacked, they immediately turned their attention to the man and saved Long Haisheng in time. The gunshot just now caused a little chaos. The police on duty immediately ran over. After asking about the situation, they handcuffed the two killers and took them to the police car. After this incident, Long Haisheng showed the temperament of a gang leader. His face did not change at all, as if it was not him who had just experienced the assassination, but someone else. But Chao Ting and Long Xiaobao could not. Chao Ting was scared and her face was pale. Long Xiaobao looked dull and could not recover for a long time. It was not until Qin Haodong helped him with greenwood genuine qi that he slowly returned to normal. Seeing that his son had returned to normal, Long Haisheng breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped forward and said to Qin Haodong, "Brother Qin, thanks to you this time. Our Long family owes you 2 lives. It doesn't matter. It's a piece of cake." Qin Haodong asked, "Who are these 2 people? Why would they attack you?" Long Haisheng said, "Although I am a gangster, I always have my own rules. I will never allow any drug trade within my control, which just blocks some people's way of making money. A few days ago, someone came to me and offered me 100 million yuan to open the underground market in Jiangnan and allow them to sell drugs in my place, but I refused. I'm guessing that these people are desperate. The 2 assassins just now were probably sent by them." Qin Haodong nodded secretly. Long Haisheng was a man of integrity. He could resist the temptation of 100 million yuan. He said, "Mr. Long, I support you in this regard. If you need any help, just call me. Don't worry. I can handle this myself." Long Haisheng said, "When the concert is over, let's go for a drink." After that, he took Chao Ting and Long Xiaobao into the stadium and continued to watch the concert. Dafei and those bodyguards closely guarded him. This episode was quickly diluted with the arrival of a large number of people. Few people knew what had just happened here. After this incident, the relationship between Qin Haodong and Long Haisheng was closer. Long Haisheng was grateful to Qin Haodong for saving his life, and Qin Haodong's understanding of Long Haisheng deepened. After Long Haisheng left, Qin Haodong thought for a moment. There were too many people at the scene. It was inevitable that some people would come in. Safety was the most important thing. So he left all the work at the door to Zhang Tinu and others. He entered the venue and came to the stage. For him, the most important thing was to protect the little fellow at all times. The tickets for today's concert were very popular. The VIP ticket closest to the stage cost 5,000 yuan, but it was also sold out. Qin Haodong chose a suitable position between the VIP seat and the stage. It was convenient to control everything on the stage without affecting other audience watching the performance. At this time, a man and a woman came over and sat not far from Qin Haodong. The woman was in her early 20s. She was tall and had shoulder-length hair. She wore a white skirt that could only cover her buttocks and carried an LV bag in her hand. She was born with an oval face. She looked very beautiful, but the makeup on her face was so thick that it covered her original beauty. The man looked about 30 years old. He was short and fat. Needless to say, how big his belly was. Anyway, he couldn't see his little brother when he peed. This guy was wearing luxury brands all over his body. It was worth a lot at first glance. He wore 3 big shiny diamond rings and an Omega gold watch worth millions. At this time, his right hand was holding the woman's waist, and his left hand kept moving on the woman's thigh. He was completely like a lecher. The two sat together and teased each other as if there was no one else. At this moment, the woman looked up and saw Qin Haodong in the corner. She cried in surprise, "It's you." Qin Haodong turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw the woman's face clearly, a memory left by his predecessor slowly appeared in his mind. A year ago, Qin Haodong stood in front of Lu Yuqing with a bouquet of red roses in his hand. He said excitedly, "Yuqing, I like you. Be my girlfriend." Lu Yuqing's reaction was far beyond Qin Haodong's expectation. She stared at him and looked disgusted, as if she had been greatly insulted. She said with an exaggerated expression, "Qin Haodong, are you kidding me? How dare a person like you confess to me?" Qin Haodong was recognized as the most handsome man in the university. He had good grades and was very arrogant. At this time, he was shocked by Lu Yuqing. He was stunned and didn't know what to do. He and Lu Yuqing were classmates. They usually talked very well and communicated a lot. They even made some jokes between men and women from time to time. Before this, he had thought that the relationship between the two had been smooth. All they needed was a confession. He didn't expect it to be like this. Seeing Qin Haodong's stunned expression, Lu Yuqing asked disdainfully, "Do you have a house in Jiangnan City if you want to pursue me?" Qin Haodong shook his head and said, "No." "Do you have a BMW?" "No." "Do you have a 7-figure deposit?" "No." "Since you have nothing, who gave you the courage to pursue me?" Lu Yuqing said proudly, "Do you know that there is a rich young man pursuing me now? His family's assets are hundreds of millions, and he has more than a dozen houses in Jiangnan City. How can you compete with him? If you were me, what would you choose?" Qin Haodong said, "Yuqing, it's about feelings when two people are in love. Why are you so realistic?" Lu Yuqing said, "I'm so beautiful. A woman's beauty is the same as a man's wealth. They are the biggest capital. Since I have capital, I should make good use of it and think about my future happiness." Qin Haodong slowly came to his senses and realized that the beautiful Lu Yuqing in front of him was such a realistic woman. She didn't care about his feelings and self-esteem at all. He raised his hand and threw the rose in his hand into the trash can next to him. He said coldly, "Lu Yuqing, I always think that feelings are more important than money. Money can be earned, but feelings can't be bought with money. Don't bully a young man because he's poor. Although I'm not a rich second generation, I can be a rich first generation." Lu Yuqing sneered and said, "Do you think money is so easy to earn? People like you will never be a rich first generation." After thinking about all this, Qin Haodong's mouth showed a faint smile. His predecessor's taste was too low. How could he confess to such a woman? Seeing this materialistic woman again, Qin Haodong's mood didn't change much. He said lightly, "Lu Yuqing, I didn't expect to see you here." The fat man glanced at Qin Haodong and his expression suddenly became cold. Women were not the only ones who were good at jealousy. He was the same. Every time he saw a man who was more handsome than him, he would be jealous to death. Especially this man in front of him was not only handsome, but also seemed to have some inexplicable things with his woman. He asked, "Yuqing, who is this man?" Lu Yuqing said quickly, "Honey, don't think too much. He pursued me when we were in love, but I refused him. He was defeated by you." "Oh. So he's the poor guy who doesn't know his own worth." After hearing Lu Yuqing's words, the fat man's expression became better. Qin Haodong was in a bad mood and his face also became cold. This woman was too much. It was her right to refuse him, but they were classmates anyway. Was it necessary to humiliate him to please her man? Chapter 197. Qin Haodong said lightly, "You're right. You're lucky I didn't choose you." "You," Lu Yuqing heard the sarcasm in Qin Haodong's tone and said, "Is there anything else you can't accept? Look at this ring on my hand. Ziming bought it for me for 80,000 yuan. This bag of mine is a limited edition LV for 60,000 yuan. Ziming even gave me a beetle car. Can you give me these?" Taking a deep breath, she seemed to be still angry and continued, "Didn't you vow to me that you wanted to be the first generation to be rich? Didn't you say you would make a lot of money? Where's your money? Where's your wealth? Is it the baton in your hand or the security uniform you're wearing? Qin Haodong, you're really going backwards. People go to the hospital for internships during the holidays, but you come here to be a small security guard. I feel so ashamed to be your classmate." Qin Haodong didn't care about this kind of woman at all. He said with a smile, "It's good to be a security guard. What's wrong with it? You." Lu Yuqing had talked for a long time just to make Qin Haodong feel ashamed and guilty, so that he would lower his head in front of her. But she didn't expect that he didn't care at all. It made her feel like hitting cotton with all her strength, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Yuqing, don't be angry. People like him are used to being poor and don't know what it's like to be rich. Naturally, he can't understand how terrible poverty is. The fat man said, let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Ziming. My family has 3 companies with assets of more than 100 million yuan. Well, since you and Yuqing are classmates, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I'll let you see what the upper class is and let you feel the life of the rich. The reason why he invited Qin Haodong to dinner was naturally not out of kindness. His purpose was to show off how rich he was and trample on Qin Haodong's dignity to relieve his inferiority complex. At the same time, he could make Lu Yuqing fall in love with him. His inner thought was that even if Qin Haodong was handsome, he was still a poor man and couldn't compare with him. However, Qin Haodong glanced at him and said, I don't eat with everyone. You're too ugly. I can't eat if I look at you. You, pauper, what are you pretending for? Wang Ziming said as he took out a stack of brand new Wuxia currency from his bag. He held it in his palm and said, come to dinner with me tonight, and this money is yours. In his opinion, 10,000 yuan was enough for a poor person to live for a year. Qin Haodong would definitely put down his dignity and bow to him. However, Qin Haodong didn't even look at him and turned his head to the side. Boy, you are good at pretending. I want to see how long you can pretend. Wang Ziming said and took out a stack of Wuxia currency and slapped it in his palm, 20,000 yuan. This time, Qin Haodong turned more thoroughly. He faced the stage directly, leaving his butt to the 2 of them. Boy, you are too much. Wang Ziming said and took out a stack of Wuxia currency, 30,000 yuan. Let me tell you, don't be too greedy. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. For such a clown, Qin Haodong didn't even bother to look at him. But at this moment, a beautiful figure flashed over and said in a sweet voice, honey, he's right. How can you miss such a good thing when I invite you to dinner and give you money? While speaking, a white and tender hand directly took away the 3 stacks of Wuxia currency from Wang Ziming's palm and stuffed them into Qin Haodong's hand. Qin Haodong turned his head and saw Hu Xiaoxian's charming face smiling in front of him. He asked in surprise, why are you here? Hu Xiaoxian said coquettishly, you are my man. I will naturally come when you are here. At this time, Wang Ziming had been stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful woman for so many years. What was an angelic face, what was a devilish figure, were vividly interpreted by Hu Xiaoxian. After Hu Xiaoxian's arrival, Lu Yuqing beside him suddenly lost her beauty. The difference in appearance between the 2 people was too big. His eyes were fixed on Hu Xiaoxian's concave body, and he was reluctant to move them away for a moment. Seeing Wang Ziming's appearance, Lu Yuqing was so jealous that she cried to Hu Xiaoxian, who are you? What's your business here? Auntie, why are you so fierce? I am Haodong's girlfriend. Aren't you going to invite Haodong to dinner? I said yes for him. Hu Xiaoxian's every move, every frown and every smile were full of charm. Wang Ziming was fascinated and his saliva was almost flowing down. He secretly vowed that no matter how much money it would cost, he must get this woman. Lu Yuqing suddenly like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, screamed, little devil, who are you calling auntie? But before Hu Xiaoxian could speak, Wang Ziming pulled her behind him and scolded, what are you shouting for? Don't you feel ashamed? After scolding Lu Yuqing, he said to Hu Xiaoxian with a flattering face, beauty, let's have dinner together when the concert is over. Seeing Wang Ziming flattering Hu Xiaoxian, Lu Yuqing was so angry, but she dared not say a word of complaint, because she liked other people's money. Hu Xiaoxian said, okay, handsome, but we must go to a high-end restaurant. I won't go to less than 5 stars. Sure, sure. How can my treat be low? Let's go to the dreamy Jiangnan Hotel, the best hotel in Jiangnan City, super 5 stars. Well, let's see you there. Hu Shaoxian also threw a coquettish look at Wang Ziming, which almost made him lose his soul. Wang Ziming returned to their seats with Lu Yuqing in a daze. Hu Shaoxian took Qin Haodong's arm and said with a smile, "How is it? I, your girlfriend, have helped you vent your anger." Qin Haodong said, "It's just two small people. Why bother with them? I didn't agree to go eat with that damn fatty. If you want to go, go by yourself. Don't you worry about letting such a delicate beauty have a meal with that fatty. That guy obviously doesn't have any good intentions towards me." Worried? If there's anything I'm worried about, it's that fatty. I'm afraid he'll be toyed to death by you. Qin Haodong despised Hu Shaoxian fiercely. How could a master at the second level of covert power say that he was delicate? He was afraid that only a few people in Jiangnan City could be her match. "I just want to kill that fat man. Who let him bully my man?" Hu Shaoxian laughed and said, "I just saw them ganging up to bully you. Since this kind of person likes to pretend. If we force him, we'll slap his face." Qin Haodong knew that Hu Shaoxian was being kind, but he still said, "I can't do that. I have an appointment with my friends tonight. I don't have time to have dinner with them." "What's wrong with that? Let's go together. The more people there are, the livelier it will be. When the time comes, we'll ruthlessly slaughter that damn fatty and make him bleed a little more." Hu Shaoxian took Qin Haodong's hand and said, "Anyway, I've already promised him to go. If you don't go, I'll take you there." Seeing that more and more people were paying attention to them, Qin Haodong said helplessly, "Well, let's wait until the concert is over. Then I'll ask my friend. If he agrees, we'll go. If he doesn't agree, forget it." "Don't worry, I'll make him agree." Hu Shaoxian laughed. "How did you get in? The concert is about to start. Hurry up and find a place to sit." "Of course I got a ticket to come in." Hu Shaoxian took out a VIP ticket and shook it in front of Qin Haodong. Then she sat on a chair not far away and looked at him with a smile. She made a face from time to time. Qin Haodong was not surprised about this. As a member of the special department, it was very easy to get a VIP ticket. After a while, the concert finally began. The curtain opened, and the radiant Ouyang Shanshan came out from the backstage holding the extremely beautiful little fellow. As soon as the two beauties appeared, they won the applause of the audience. The two people sang as they walked. Ouyang Shanshan's voice was high and melodious, and the little fellow's voice was pure and sweet. The two voices perfectly combined and complemented each other, like the sound of nature. Originally, there were many people who disagreed with Ouyang Shanshan's arrangement. They thought that a child should not be allowed to participate in such an important concert. Tang Tang used her beautiful voice to stop these people's mouths and won the applause and love of all the audience at the scene. The whole concert was unprecedentedly enthusiastic. Many people's palms were numb. After 3 hours, the concert successfully came to an end. During the whole concert, Wang Ziming's eyes had been wandering between Ouyang Shanshan and Hu Shaoxian next to him. There was no harm without comparison. After seeing these two super beauties, and then looking at Lu Yuqing next to him, there was no passion at all. He was afraid that at this time, he would let the two of them go. He was afraid that at this time, he had lost interest in the sheets. As soon as the concert was over, he immediately ran to Hu Shaoxian and said, "Beautiful lady, I have booked VIP room number 10 in dreamy Jiangnan. You can go with me in my car." He deliberately emphasized that he had booked a VIP room. The implication was that he wanted to show his identity and attract Hu Shaoxian's attention. In fact, VIP room number 10 was the lowest of the VIP rooms in dreamy Jiangnan, which was much lower than the VIP room number 3 with the terrace. Hu Shaoxian didn't seem to understand the meaning of his words. She said lightly, "You go first. My boyfriend and I have something to deal with. We'll go together later." Wang Ziming was slightly disappointed, but he still said, "Well, I'll wait for you in the VIP room." He left the stadium with Lu Yuqing. Hu Shaoxian swayed her sexy body and came to Qin Haodong's side and said, "Little man, when are we leaving?" "Wait a minute." At this time, Long Haisheng happened to come over. Qin Haodong briefly introduced the situation and said, "Brother Long, how about going to dreamy Jiangnan together?" After learning that Long Haisheng desperately prevented drugs from entering the underground world of Jiangnan, Qin Haodong directly changed his address to Brother Long. Long Haisheng was secretly happy. He knew that his relationship with this young man was closer. He said, "I just want to get together with my brother and have a toast. It doesn't matter where we are." After that, he turned to Dafei and said, "Can you send my wife and Xiaobao home first?" Dafei said, "Boss, what about your safety?" Long Haisheng said, "I am with Brother Qin. There is no problem with my safety. You go back first." Dafei nodded. He had a deep understanding of Qin Haodong's skills. They were more useful than 100 bodyguards. Later, Qin Haodong called Sword and Whip and arranged for them to send the little fellow and Ouyang Shanshan to dreamy Jiangnan after removing their makeup. Everything was arranged. Qin Haodong, Hu Shaoxian and Long Haisheng got in the car together. Long Haisheng asked, "Brother Qin, who is this girl? Why don't you introduce her?" Chapter 198. Qin Haodong said, "Brother Long, her name is Hu Shaoxian. We are just ordinary friends." He wanted to explain, but Long Haisheng didn't believe him at all. He said with a smile, "Brother, you don't have to explain. I was also a man from that time. It's not a big deal to be a playboy. You are a capable man. It's not a big deal to have more girlfriends." Qin Haodong also knew that the more he explained, the worse it would get, so he didn't say more. Soon they arrived at dreamy Jiangnan. Under the guidance of the waiter, they came to VIP room number 10. Compared with the previous VIP room number 3, the area here was half the size, and the decoration was much worse, but it was still a grade higher than the ordinary private room. Wang Ziming and Lu Yuqing had been waiting in the private room for a long time. When Qin Haodong came in, Wang Ziming didn't move, but then he saw Hu Shaoxian following closely behind and immediately greeted her with a smile. "Beautiful lady, you're here. Please sit down." Hu Shaoxian said with a smile, "Handsome, Haodong and I also brought a friend. Do you mind?" "I don't mind, of course not." Wang Ziming glanced at Long Haisheng, who was wearing sunglasses, and didn't pay attention to him at all. In his opinion, the friend of a small security guard was certainly not a great person. After they were all seated, he looked at Qin Haodong proudly and said, "What do you think? Security guards like you have never been to such a luxurious entertainment place in your life, have you? Let me tell you, a meal here is enough for you to earn several years as a security guard. It's right to bring your friend here. I guess it's impossible for you to eat here from now on. You know, the VIP room of dreamy Jiangnan can't be booked with money. It's a symbol of status." Hearing this guy's words, Long Haisheng's face suddenly sank. As the underground leader of Jiangnan City, who dared to talk to him like this? However, everything he did today was based on Qin Haodong. Seeing that Qin Haodong didn't say anything, he didn't speak. Seeing that Qin Haodong and Long Haisheng didn't speak, Wang Ziming became more and more proud. Only in this way could he show his special identity and attract the attention of the beauty opposite him. At this time, the waiter brought the menu to the table and said politely, "Gentlemen, please order." Wang Ziming said, "Order whatever you want to eat. I don't need money. I guess after today, you won't have a chance to eat again." After that, he said to Hu Shaoxian with a flattering face, "Beauty, what would you like to drink?" Hu Shaoxian said, "Red wine. I'm not used to other wines." Although she still had a smile on her face, in her heart, she was already extremely disgusted with this self-righteous fatty. She had to ruthlessly rip him off with a knife. Red wine must be good. Only then will it have a taste. After Wang Ziming finished speaking, he snapped his fingers at the waiter and said, "Give us a bottle of Petrus." The waiter asked politely, "Sir, may I know which model of Petrus you would like?" Wang Ziming pretended to be generous and said, "Didn't you see me talking to the beauty? If you want to drink red wine, you must drink good wine. Give us Petrus for 20,000 yuan a bottle." "All right, I understand, sir." The waiter's reply was very polite, but his heart was filled with contempt. The red wine of dreamy Jiangnan was flown from France. The wine was good, and the price was naturally high. The cheapest bottle of Petrus was 20,000 yuan. Wang Ziming said it so generously. It was obvious that he was bullying Qin Haodong because they had not drunk good red wine and did not know the price of red wine. Wang Ziming did think so. In his opinion, a small security guard could not drink good wine. It was good enough for him to drink a bottle of erguoto for a few yuan. He turned to Hu Shaoxian and said proudly, "How about it, beauty? Are you satisfied? You know, 20,000 yuan a bottle is a high-end wine. Many people can't earn 20,000 yuan a year." Hu Shaoxian said with a smile, "Brother, I don't remember it like this. Isn't the cheapest Petrus in dreamy Jiangnan 20,000 yuan? This grade of Petrus is a bit sour. Brother, you are not going to treat us to the cheapest red wine, are you?" Wang Ziming suddenly felt embarrassed. He did not expect Hu Shaoxian to know so much about red wine. He quickly said, "Oh. Of course not. I just said it casually. Of course, we should drink good wine when we treat a beauty." He turned to the waiter and said, "Did you hear that? Give us 50,000 yuan a bottle of Petrus." "Yes, sir." The waiter was about to leave with the menu, but Qin Haodong raised his hand and stopped her. "Wait a minute, miss. Is there only one bottle of red wine ordered by Mr. Wang?" "Yes, sir. There is only one bottle of Petrus. But there are 5 of us. How can one bottle of red wine be enough?" Qin Haodong said to Wang Ziming, "Mr. Wang, didn't you say you would take me here to broaden my horizons? We are all good drinkers. Everyone's glass can't be filled with a bottle of red wine. You won't be so stingy, will you? Since he was here today, he would make this guy pay more. Naturally, he would not be polite." Wang Ziming's face was livid. This was 50,000 yuan a bottle of Petrus, not 2 yuan a bottle of erguoto. This guy was obviously going to cheat him. Damn it. However, in order to make Hu Shaoxian fall in love with him, he had already talked big. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Well, since one bottle is not enough, let's have 2 bottles." Hu Shaoxian said, "Handsome, I'm also very good at drinking. 2 bottles are not enough. How about 1 bottle for each of us? You are so generous. You don't care about the wine, do you?" "No. Of course not." Wang Ziming gritted his teeth and said, "Although Petrus is a high-end wine, it's nothing to me." He secretly made up his mind that as long as he got Hu Shaoxian in bed today, he must take a few more blue pills to vent his depression. "Waiter, did you hear that? 5 bottles of Petrus. I'm going to drink with the beauty today." He waved his hand and looked very heroic, but in fact, he was very distressed. 5 bottles of wine were 250,000 yuan. Although he had some money, he was not generous to this extent. "Handsome, you are so generous." Hu Xiaoxian's praise made Wang Ziming feel much better. He said proudly, "Of course, I'm a man, and men naturally don't care about this little money. Beauty, I still don't know your name. Is it convenient to tell me?" "Handsome, my name is Hu Shaoxian." "Hu Shaoxian, good name." Wang Ziming said with a pig face, "Let's have more contact in the future. I'm not only generous, but also have strengths. You'll know when you see me." All the people present could hear that this was already full of hooliganism. Hu Xiaoxian's eyes flashed coldly, but she still said with a smile, really? I'd like to see it when I have a chance. Although she looked foxy, she was actually very loyal to her feelings. This fat man dared to flirt with her openly. He must think that he was living too comfortably. Don't worry, beauty. I won't let you down. Wang Ziming laughed and seemed to have seen hope. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she could not resist his money attack in the end. Her boyfriend flirted with Hu Xiaoxian again and again. Lu Yuqing, who was sitting next to him, was not unaware, but she knew her man's character. He liked to steal. In order to keep her position, she could only choose to turn a blind eye. Otherwise, if she really made trouble, she would inevitably be kicked out, and then there would be nothing left. People were like this. There were gains and losses. Since she chose to love other people's money, she naturally had to give up her dignity. At this time, the waiter brought all 5 bottles of Petrus to the table and asked politely, "Sir, how do you open these wines?" "Open, of course, open all of them." Wang Ziming felt that he had made a breakthrough now, so he was no longer distressed about the wine money. Moreover, he was a good drinker. He wanted to take this opportunity to get Qin Haodong and Hu Xiaoxian drunk together. Then he would have a chance to make a move. The waiter opened the wine one by one and then put a bottle in front of each of them. Wang Ziming said to Qin Haodong, "This is the first time we meet. Do you dare to have a drink?" Qin Haodong looked up at the idiot, who dared to compete with him in drinking. As the saying went, wine was made of grain. As the emperor green wood, he could control all things of the wood attribute. He could drink almost 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Seeing that Qin Haodong did not speak, Wang Ziming thought he was afraid. He stood up and pretended to be heroic and said, "Are you a man? If you are a man, let's have a drink." Qin Haodong said, "Well, since Boss Wang is in a mood, let's have a good time. How about 1 bottle for each person and drink it?" 1 bottle for each person. Drink it? Wang Ziming was a little dumbfounded. Although he was a good drinker, he had never drunk like this. How about it? Are you a man? If you are a man, let's have a drink. Qin Haodong returned what he had just said, but a glass became a bottle. This, Wang Ziming was still a little hesitant. If he drank such a big bottle of wine directly, he might really get drunk. Hu Xiaoxian said, "What's wrong, handsome? You don't dare to drink a bottle of wine, do you?" "Impossible, a bottle of wine is a piece of cake for me." In order not to be looked down upon by Hu Xiaoxian, Wang Ziming directly grabbed the bottle in front of him, put the bottle to his mouth and began to drink. When he drank half of it, he felt that the wine was coming up and he couldn't drink it anymore. But at this time, Qin Haodong had drunk the bottle of red wine in his hand like drinking water. In order to save face, Wang Ziming could only bite the bullet and drink all the remaining half bottle of wine in his hand. After drinking, he felt a little dizzy. "Handsome, good drinker, you are a man." Hu Xiaoxian applauded softly. "Of course, I am handsome and generous." After that, he raised his hand to grab Lu Yuqing's hand and rub the ring off her finger. Lu Yuqing's finger hurt from the rub, but she didn't dare to say anything. She was used to this kind of life. Wang Ziming held the diamond ring and said, "See. It cost 80,000 yuan for such a big diamond ring. But it's a small amount of money for me. As long as I like a woman, I am willing to spend money for her." He held the diamond ring and glanced at Qin Haodong and Long Haisheng. He said proudly, 80,000 yuan is enough for you to earn for a few years. You won't buy such a big diamond ring for a woman in your life, will you? It's nothing to me. You have seen these wines just now. They add up to 250,000 yuan. It's an astronomical figure for you. It's a huge sum of money, but it's just a meal for me. Chapter 199. However, neither Qin Haodong, Long Haisheng or Hu Shaoxian took 80,000 yuan seriously. On the contrary, this kind of show-off was too childish for them. Seeing that no one spoke, Wang Ziming thought that these people were shocked by his generosity. He was even more proud. At this time, he was already half drunk. He turned his eyes to Long Haisheng and said with a sneer, "The guy with sunglasses, you are not young. You should have been in the society for half your life. Tell me, can you afford such a big diamond ring?" Long Haisheng did not speak. This scene was a bit too dramatic. No one could have imagined that someone would dare to question and insult the leader of the underground world in Jiangnan City. "Why don't you speak? Hurt your self-esteem, isn't it? You are middle-aged, but you are still so poor. Isn't it sad? Isn't it shameful?" While speaking, the prince stood up and walked to Long Haisheng. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "I hate it when people pretend to be pretentious. You are so poor, but you wear sunglasses all day long. You pretend to be a gangster, don't you?" Long Haisheng's face was livid, but he still did not say a word because of his identity. Although it was the first time they met, as a member of the special department, Hu Shaoxian was clear about Long Haisheng's identity. At this time, she could not help laughing. The fat man was so pretentious in front of the underground boss. He didn't know how miserable he would die later. But he couldn't blame others. It was really his own fault. Wang Ziming did not know this. He reached out and took off the sunglasses on Long Haisheng's face. He weighed them in his hand and said, "What the hell, it's still Tyrannosaurus Rex's. Now this fake is really good. It looks like the real one." Then he put the sunglasses full of fingerprints back on Long Haisheng's face. Long Haisheng was on the verge of rage at this time, but he didn't bring anyone with him today. As the boss, he couldn't do it himself, so he endured it for the time being. But once he left here, he would let Wang Ziming know what a stupid mistake he had just made. Wang Ziming was getting more and more drunk. He turned around and shouted to everyone, "You don't know how awesome I am. I have friends in both the black and the white. Let me tell you, I have just called Mr. Liu of Duku Entertainment Company. He is my best friend. He will come to have dinner with us soon. Do you feel honored?" He swayed to Hu Shaoxian and said, "Beauty, I'm very powerful. Do you believe that I can make Ouyang Shanshan drink with us with a phone call now?" These words were not entirely drunken talk. He did have a good relationship with Lu Huaqiang of Duku Entertainment Company. The company had certain business dealings, and he had spent money to sleep with several C-list celebrities of the entertainment company. In his opinion, as long as the money was in place, it would not be difficult to invite Ouyang Shanshan over. After all, no matter how famous Ouyang Shanshan was, she was still an artist working under Lu Huaqiang. He did not know that Ouyang Shanshan controlled Lu Huaqiang's life-death note and was treated like a living Buddha by Lu Huaqiang. Hu Shaoxian smiled and said, "Really? Brother, I don't believe it. Why don't you invite Ouyang Shanshan to show us? You don't believe it? Wait, I'll make a call now." Then he took out his mobile phone and dialed Lu Huaqiang's number. "Where is Mr. Liu? We are waiting for you to drink. Mr. Liu, can you invite Ouyang Shanshan to come over? As long as she is willing to come, I will pay as much as she wants." "What? She has something to do and has left Jiangnan." After a few minutes, he hung up the phone and said to Hu Shaoxian awkwardly, "I'm sorry, beauty. Ouyang Shanshan has something to do. She is not in Jiangnan City now. If she is here, I can definitely ask her to come over with a phone call." Although he was a little drunk, he did not completely lose his mind. In fact, Lu Huaqiang told him that Ouyang Shanshan could not come over because she had something else to do. The so-called excuse of leaving Jiangnan City was completely made up by him to cover up his embarrassment. Hu Shaoxian knew very well that Ouyang Shanshan had not left, and would come here soon. She jokingly said to Wang Ziming, "Handsome, is what you said true? Did Ouyang Shanshan really leave?" "Of course it's true. If she is in Jiangnan City, she will definitely come over. I still have this little face." As he was talking, the door of the private room opened. A stunning beauty and a beautiful little girl came in together. It was Ouyang Shanshan and Tang Tang who had just finished their performance. Wang Ziming suddenly felt like a duck being strangled and could not say a word. He had just said that Ouyang Shanshan had left Jiangnan City. He did not expect that she would appear in front of him in a twinkling of an eye. Although the room was extremely quiet, everyone seemed to hear the sound of slapping in the face. Fortunately, no one paid attention to him at this time. Everyone's attention was transferred to the two beauties, one big and one small. The little fellow happily jumped into Qin Haodong's arms and said, "Papa, did I act well today?" Qin Haodong picked up his daughter, kissed her little face and said, "Good, it's very good. You will definitely become a big star in the future." At this time, Wang Ziming suddenly understood. It must be that Lu Huaqiang felt embarrassed after receiving his call, so he asked Ouyang Shanshan to put off the things there and come to accompany him. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that his face was back. He stepped forward and said to Ouyang Shanshan, "Miss Ouyang, I'm Wang Ziming. Thank you for coming to dinner." Ouyang Shanshan glanced at the fat man in front of her and said in surprise, "Who is Wang Ziming?" "I don't know you." Wang Ziming said, "I'm a friend of Mr. Lu." "Didn't Mr. Lu ask you to come over for dinner?" "I'm sorry, I didn't get Mr. Lu's call, and I don't know who you are." "I'm here to find my friend." Ouyang Shanshan had seen this kind of person many times. After that, she ignored him and stepped to Qin Haodong's side and sat down. Wang Ziming stood there with his face burning and embarrassed. In less than 3 minutes, he was slapped in the face twice in succession. Even if he was thick-skinned, he felt extremely ugly. He couldn't understand how Ouyang Shanshan came if she hadn't received his invitation. Was she really a friend of this little white face in front of him? How could this be possible? How could a big star know a little security guard? At this time, Hu Shaoxian was on the left side of Qin Haodong, and Ouyang Shanshan was on the right side. The two beauties accompanied each other, which made Wang Ziming go crazy with jealousy. He took his mobile phone out of his pocket and dialed Lu Huaqiang's number again. He wanted to ask what was going on. But soon after he dialed, a sweet music sounded from the door, and Lu Huaqiang pushed the door and came in from the outside. Seeing Lu Huaqiang, Wang Ziming looked happy and quickly put away his mobile phone to greet him. "Brother Lu, you're here. Didn't you introduce me to Ouyang Shanshan? Why did she say she didn't know me? Ouyang Shanshan, is she here?" Lu Huaqiang only knew that Qin Haodong called Ouyang Shanshan away, but he didn't know where they went. He glanced around the room and suddenly saw the two people sitting opposite him. When Wang Ziming asked him to come to dinner, he had said that today he would have dinner with his girlfriend's ex-boyfriend, a little security guard who had never seen the world, and asked him to come and help him. Originally, Lu Huaqiang didn't care, but at this time, when he saw Qin Haodong's security uniform, he immediately understood who the little security guard Wang Ziming was talking about was. He couldn't help crying in his heart. This was not a little security guard. He was clearly the big boss of Daddy's security company, the living ancestor that he couldn't afford to offend. At this time, he had already cursed Wang Ziming's ancestors from the beginning to the 18th generation in his heart. This was obviously a trap. Not to mention stepping on Qin Haodong, he was trembling. However, he was also an experienced man, and his brain turned very fast. He pretended to say, "Oh, Brother Wang, I suddenly remembered that I have something important to do." "You're busy. I'll go first." After that, he pretended not to see Qin Haodong and Ouyang Shanshan. He turned around and ran faster than a rabbit. As for Wang Ziming's life or death, he didn't care. Wang Ziming had been completely confused. He didn't understand what was going on. Originally, he wanted Lu Huaqiang to suppress Ouyang Shanshan and help him save face. But how could this man just come and leave, and run so fast that he didn't even give him a chance to ask questions? Looking back at Qin Haodong, he seemed to feel the sarcasm in Hu Xiaoxian's eyes. No, I must get back this face today. Since the legal way doesn't work, then I'll find the underworld. Thinking of this, Wang Ziming turned into the bathroom, took out his mobile phone and dialed a phone number. Cousin. I'm having dinner with someone in dreamy Jiangnan. There's a guy who doesn't give me face. Come and help me teach him a lesson and support me. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay for my brother's hard work. After Wolf left Lin's group with Guo Xiaomei, he took her directly to his base camp, Black Rose Bar. This time he lost 1 million yuan in vain. Of course, he couldn't pay the money himself. He had to squeeze it from Guo Xiaomei. However, Guo Xiaomei didn't have so much money. After suffering a lot, she barely took out 500,000 yuan. She also gave Wolf an IOU of 500,000 yuan. Then she was left in the bar as a waitress. Miss Tai, when she paid off the debt, she could leave. Although the matter had been solved, Wolf was still very depressed. He was sitting in the bar drinking when he suddenly received a call from Wang Ziming. Hearing that Wang Ziming was willing to pay for him to trample on people, he couldn't help but feel excited. He just happened to get back some of the losses of the past 2 days. But now he was also a little scared. He was afraid to go out and meet Qin Haodong again. He quickly asked, "Is the person you said a doctor?" Wang Ziming said, "Not a doctor, just a small security guard. He has no background at all." Hearing that it was not a doctor, Wolf was immediately relieved. As long as it was not Qin Haodong, he was not afraid. He patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, such a small person, I promise to trample on him. How far do you want me to go?" Thinking of Qin Haodong's handsome face, Wang Ziming was jealous to death. He said fiercely, "Break the boy's legs, and then scrape his face. I like his woman, and I want her. It's easy to do, but you have to pay 500,000 yuan after it's done." Wolf opened his mouth and was ready to get back the 500,000 yuan he had just lost from Wang Ziming. Although the price was a little expensive, Wang Ziming gritted his teeth and said, "No problem." Wolf said, "That's a deal. You wait, my cousin will be here in 5 minutes." After the phone call, Wang Ziming suddenly had confidence. He thought that these bumpkins who had never seen the world would be scared to death when the wild wolf came. Chapter 200. The Boss of the Underworld. Hu Xiaoxian inadvertently glanced at Long Haisheng, who was sulking next to her, and said, "Are you sure your cousin is the boss of the underworld?" "Of course, my cousin is the absolute boss in the underground world of Jiangnan City. He can recruit hundreds of brothers by whistling." The more Wang Ziming bragged, the more ugly Long Haisheng's face became. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and Wolf rushed in with a dozen gangsters. "Look, my cousin is here," Wang Ziming said excitedly to Wolf and shouted to the people in the room, "Pay attention to me. Let me introduce him grandly. This is my cousin, Wolf, the boss of the underworld in Jiangnan City." After he said that, he saw that Qin Haodong and others did not move. He shouted arrogantly, "Are you all F***king fools? What are you still doing there? Get up and meet my cousin." After roaring, he felt much more comfortable all over. He had wanted to call Qin Haodong over tonight and trample on him, but he had not succeeded yet. Now with the support of the wild wolf, he seemed to have seen the scene of Qin Haodong's legs being broken and Hu Xiaoxian being thrown on the bed. Qin Haodong looked at him playfully and said lightly, "Let us meet him." "Do you ask him if he is qualified?" Wang Ziming cried, "Boy, do you want to die? Can't you open your eyes? My cousin is the boss of the underworld. You say he is not qualified. Are you qualified? After Wolf entered the room, his line of sight was blocked by Wang Ziming's fat body, so he did not see Qin Haodong and Long Haisheng. At this time, he heard a familiar voice, so he quickly bypassed Wang Ziming and looked forward. At this moment, he suddenly had a feeling of seeing a ghost. Although the man in front of him was wearing a security uniform, it was Qin Haodong. He did not expect that he was afraid and careful again, and finally met this man again. This was not the end. Then he saw Long Haisheng sitting next to him with a livid face. This time he almost cried out. He ran to the boss and called him the boss of the underworld. Wasn't he looking for death? Why were these two people here? It seemed that Wang Ziming did not know Qin Haodong and Long Haisheng. He dared to shout at these two men. He was simply impatient to die. Wang Ziming did not find the strangeness of Wolf. Since he had found a helper, the next step was to provoke the war, and then let Wolf help him. He felt very unhappy when he saw that Long Haisheng didn't even say a word. He took 2 steps forward and pulled off the glasses on Long Haisheng's face. He reached out and patted Long Haisheng's cheek. He shouted arrogantly, "Are you stupid? Why are you wearing broken glasses in front of my cousin? Do you want to die?" He didn't think much of it, but the wolf behind him was so scared that his bones had gone soft. He really wanted to die now. Who was Long Haisheng? He has controlled the underground world of Jiangnan for more than 10 years, and his means are extremely ruthless. Now Wang Ziming, this idiot, dared to take off his glasses and slap his face. Do you have a death wish? At this time, Wolf couldn't care less anymore. He kicked Wang Ziming to the ground, and then turned to his gangsters and shouted, beat him to death. No one is allowed to stop until I speak. After that, he knelt in front of Long Haisheng and said, Dr. Qin, Grand Chief, I deserve to die, but I really didn't know that this idiot dared to provoke you too. At this time, Wang Ziming was beaten by the gangsters with steel pipes. He cried in horror, cousin, did you hit the wrong person? Lu Yuqing, who had been silent all this time, also turned pale with fright. As a college student who had not yet left the campus, she had never thought that the scene on TV would appear in front of her. Seeing her boyfriend being beaten like a dog by gangsters, she wanted to help, but when she saw those dark steel pipes and shiny daggers, she did not have the courage. On the contrary, the little fellow in Qin Haodong's arms was much calmer than her. The little fellow had seen her father teach gangsters a lesson, and she had experienced the battle with Taoist Dao Tong. These small scenes did not affect her at all. She did not even look at Wang Ziming. She concentrated on enjoying a plate of braised ribs in front of her. What do you think I'm doing? Wolf gnashed his teeth angrily and cried, I must kill you today, you ignorant thing, for our dragon head to vent his anger. Qin Haodong looked at Wolf with a playful face. This professional cousin was really destined to meet him. He had bumped into him again and again these days. Wang Ziming was beaten to the ground and cried, cousin, we are relatives. You can't do this. Is there any misunderstanding between us? Misunderstanding your grandma. Wolf scolded angrily and raised his hand to stop the gangsters. He looked at Long Haisheng and asked Wang Ziming, do you know who this man is? Wang Ziming wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. The drunkenness was completely gone. At this time, even if he had no brain, he could see that the identity of the middle-aged man wearing sunglasses was not simple. Otherwise, the wolf would not be scared like this. Wolf cried, remember, this is Mr. Long, the dragon head of Jiangnan City. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, blasting Wang Ziming to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. He never thought that the middle-aged man he did not see at all turned out to be the king of the underground world of Jiangnan City, Long Haisheng. At this time, a huge chill rose from the soles of his feet and quickly spread all over his body. As a man of Jiangnan City, it was impossible for him not to know Long Haisheng's reputation. God, what did he do? He took off his glasses twice and reached out to pat his face. Wang Ziming really wanted to kill himself on the wall, but he did not have the courage. "Tell me, do you deserve to die?" Wolf said ferociously. What he was most afraid of now was that Long Haisheng would vent his anger on him. The dragon head had not spoken until now, so he had no confidence at all. Wang Ziming came to his senses and knelt down in front of Long Haisheng. "Forgive me, dragon head. I was blind. I didn't recognize Mount Tai. I deserve to die. I really deserve to die." Long Haisheng finally spoke. He pointed to Qin Haodong and said in a cold voice, "Apologize to my brother first. If he doesn't forgive you today, you must die." Wang Ziming looked at Qin Haodong with a blank face. He was very puzzled. Wasn't this a small security guard? How could he become the brother of the dragon head? Today, he wanted to trample on this toy boy. He didn't expect that he would kick an iron plate. Now his life was in the hands of others. Long Haisheng was famous for his cruelty. He had no doubt about the authenticity of his words. As long as Qin Haodong was not satisfied, he was afraid that he would say goodbye to the colorful world. Thinking of this, he did not dare to delay. He knelt directly in front of Qin Haodong. He raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. He said, "I'm sorry. I was wrong today." At this moment, looking at Wang Ziming kneeling on the ground, Lu Yuqing's mood was extremely complicated. She thought that refusing Qin Haodong and accepting this rich child was the best choice in her life. But now it seemed that it was really right. At the same time, she was also full of doubts. Qin Haodong was her college classmate. His family had always been poor. He had been working outside and studying. Just now he was a security guard in the stadium. How could he become the brother of the Jiangnan dragon head in a twinkling of an eye? Qin Haodong looked at Wang Ziming kneeling on the ground and said, "Get out of here. Don't affect my daughter's meal." "Thank you. Thank you." Wang Ziming apologized again and again. Wolf slapped him in the face and scolded, "Dr. Qin let you go. He is generous, but you can't know what's good for you." Wolf was now trying his best to leave a good impression on Long Haisheng. "Then, what do you want me to do?" Wang Ziming asked, covering his face. "Pay. How much should I pay?" 10 million. Wild Wolf not only used Qin Haodong's method of punishing him on Wang Ziming, but also increased it tenfold. "This. Isn't it too much? Can you reduce it a little?" Wang Ziming asked with some pain. All his current liquidity was barely more than 10 million yuan. "Bullshit." Wolf raised his hand and slapped Qin Haodong's face again. "You offended Dr. Qin. It's already a great gift for you to pay for your life. How dare you bargain with him?" "I'll give it. I'll give it now." Wang Ziming took his handbag tremblingly, took out the checkbook from it, wrote a check of 10 million yuan and sent it to Wolf. After Wolf took the check, he sent it to Qin Haodong with a flattering face and said, "Dr. Qin, are you satisfied?" Qin Haodong wiped the soup on the corner of the little fellow's mouth with a tissue and said, "Put it aside." "Well, Mr. Qin, I'll put it here for you." Then Wolf respectfully put the check on the table in front of Qin Haodong. Lu Yuqing looked at all this with a dull expression. She once asked Qin Haodong if he had a house in Jiangnan. Did he have a BMW? Did he have millions of savings? But now he casually took a check of 10 million yuan and didn't even look at it. In contrast, her request was too low. After Wolf put the check, he turned to Long Haisheng and said, "Long Tu, what do you think of this guy?" Long Haisheng said in a cold voice, "Since my brother asked him to get out, then spare his life and let him get out quickly." "Did you hear that? Big Dragon is merciful. You can go away," Wolf said and kicked Wang Ziming's butt. "Yes, I'll get out now." Wang Ziming turned around and ran. He bumped into Long Haisheng and was able to get out alive, which was equivalent to saving his life. As for Lu Yuqing next to him, he didn't even look at her. Women were just playthings in his eyes. Lu Yuqing was stunned and didn't know what to do for a while. Hu Shaoxian looked at her with a smile and said, "Do you know that the biggest mistake you made in your life is to miss the best man? It's nothing to have a house in Jiangnan. The little man's family has a villa of more than 2,000 square meters. I came out to watch the concert because I felt that the house was too big. The little man doesn't have a BMW, but he has a Lamborghini worth 40 million yuan, which can buy dozens of BMWs. As for how much money he has, I don't know, but I guess it's more than 9 figures." Lu Yuqing seemed to be greatly stimulated. She screamed, "It's impossible. He's obviously a little security guard. I just saw him in the stadium." Hu Shaoxian said, "Do you think he's a security guard in a security uniform? Have you heard of the most famous daddy security company in Jiangnan? The little man is the big boss of the company. Today, because Daddy Security Company is responsible for the security work of Miss Ouyang's performance, he wore the security uniform for a while. How could this be? How could this be?" You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.